right, here we go, folks, on a Wednesday morning.
The MJ Morning Show, along with Dennis Phillips and the ABC Action News weather team, brings you full Hurricane Milton coverage on 104.7 FM, Q105.
All right, 6 o'clock, MJ and Fester live in studio. The assistants of ABC Action News all morning long. Greg D will be calling us at every opportunity for updates. Greg D holding down the morning shift on Channel 28, ABC Action News, and he was great yesterday. Dennis Phillips is set for just after 8:30 this morning. So Dennis Phillips himself, chief meteorologist, will be with us just after 8:30 this morning. Again, battery-powered radios. The predictions of electric outages are vast all over the Tampa Bay area. So the 5 o'clock advisory is out and relatively unchanged. I heard Greg D a little earlier this morning say they might have nudged it just a tad more to the north. We've been making a southerly trend, and for the most part, it's still at that southerly trend. I mean, maybe just a couple of mile nudge. Again, nobody drop your guard. Do not drop your guard. When yesterday we started seeing in the afternoon the track move more southerly into Sarasota area, the Sarasota Manatee line around that area. Keep in mind that as the crow flies, Manatee, you're not far from the mouth of Tampa Bay. Now, if landfall is made in that area, if it is around Sarasota, the Sarasota southern Manatee line, that does lessen the potential impact of storm surge in Tampa Bay and the Gulf beaches along Pinellas County and north. Again, the worst surge is going to be from landfall south, but you can't drop your guard because, again, I look at Charlie in 2004, and that benefited the Tampa Bay area because Charlie was headed right at us, and then 6 hours before landfall, it made that turn into Charlotte Harbor, Punta Gorda. So, again, you cannot discount. You can't say, oh, look at the trend, we're out of the woods. We're not. And also, the degree of rainfall and hurricane force winds on the northern side, touching every bit of our listening area, is going to be ginormous. You're going to have hurricane force winds, any way you slice it. But as far as the track goes, again, it made that southerly move, and a lot of the models were showing, and the models were starting to move more south versus what we saw a day ago, and we had the thing driving right up Tampa Bay. And now it has moved further south, but again, just as it's jogged south, it can jog again. It can go further south. It could go further north. So preparation is absolutely key. We've got shelter lists. We got shelter details. Again, if you're in the evacuation zones, heed the evacuations. Now, timing-wise, it might be getting a little bit later. When I went to bed last night, the timing of this storm was, pushing a little bit later. 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning. And, hey, it could push even a bit later than that. We've got some interesting complications as far as, what we're going to do as far as a morning show tomorrow. It might be that our morning show is more like the midday and afternoon show tomorrow. And it's all going to be dependent on the conditions because when I'm looking at the timing now, we're going to be having hurricane force winds and some of the worst, if the track stays more over the Manatee, Sarasota County line, we're going to have the worst conditions, Fester, as we would attempt to drive in to this program tomorrow morning, in which case the bridges will probably be closed. And I'm not driving in hurricane force winds. That's just not going to happen.
Yeah, that's where we draw the line.
Right.
MJ, driving into the studio southbound on 275, all of the electric signs Howard Franklin Bridge will be closed this afternoon. Skyway Bridge, currently it's open. It'll be closed this afternoon. So they're closing the bridges well in advance. And with the last couple of things, Debbie that came by and Helene, there's been some degree of bridge damage. So it's kept them closed for an extended period the next day. Next couple of days for Debbie. I think it took a day and a half for Debbie to open back up.
I have the bridge list, and I have what time did this go up? This went out yesterday afternoon. Let me see if I have an updated version from Steve Gaskins yet. Steve Gaskins is with the Florida Highway Patrol, public information, and I have his email that came out yesterday, and I don't think I saw an updated version. I'm guessing that I will. Let me just check my email. Steve Gaskins.
And they do a great job of getting the information out. And there's so much information to process right now, and so many different agencies are getting their information out.
Right. Let me see what I have here. 3:53 p.m. And I think I have a slightly updated version. Let me just go ahead and print this.
I tell you, driving in this morning,
Yeah.
I'm on the roads about 5:30. You're about 20 minutes ahead of me. The lightest traffic that we've seen yet. People are where they're going to be right now. Right now, you're on the tail end of evacuating. Right. If you're thinking about leaving this morning, you're late because there's nothing available to the north as far as accommodations goes, unless you have a friend's place.
Shelters will be available. Also, timing-wise, it's important to let people know that a lot of counties want you evacuated by this morning. For instance, Hillsborough County, my county, Hillsborough County, they want you sheltered in place wherever you plan to be by 7 a.m. this morning. And that's out of an abundance of caution to try to make sure the roads are not jammed, just to make sure everyone has a plan. But again, we are potentially 18, 20 hours away from right now for full impact late tonight into the early morning hours tomorrow. And as soon as Greg D is able to come on with us, and I would imagine that would be shortly, as soon as Greg D from ABC Action News, Channel 28, is available, he's going to just immediately phone our hotline and get on with us, and then we can try to, nail down timing a little more. I've got timing as of about, midnight last night, but again, I heard Greg D from ABC Action News say about an hour and change ago that the timing could be pushed back a little more, that it could be even a little bit later. And just look at the fluidity. Again, this thing was headed more towards Tampa Bay. Yesterday took that jog. It took that wobble, and the track and the model seemed to push it more toward the Manatee-Sarasota line. But again, just as it wobbled in that direction yesterday, it can wobble again. And what they always like to emphasize is that the wobbles cannot be predicted by the computers. The wobbles will wobble. The computers do not pick those wobbles up. You got to watch the wobbles and look at the direction, the reconnaissance to see what's going on. That's the bottom line. All right. Hopefully, we'll have Greg D from ABC Action News coming up in the next segment. We're just getting rolling. Again, Fester, as you just heard, said traffic was light. I experienced the same thing. I don't think I saw a car. When I got on the Howard Franklin Bridge around Kennedy Boulevard in South Tampa to drive to 4th Street in Pinellas, I didn't see one car ahead of me, nothing going southbound. Now, northbound, there was a steady flow. Still not a lot of cars, but, a fairly steady flow of cars, people obviously, evacuating and getting out of the way. There's still plenty of time to evacuate. However, they want you to get your plans in order. All right, just getting rolling. Speaking of traffic, at 6:09, let's grab Shriner with the latest. MJ Morning Show back in minutes.
Let's go.
6:18. Oh, what the hell? I didn't turn the shut. Hey! All for one.
No, let it run.
So you want to do the weather over the song?
Just let it.
Hey, Andrew, just blow out all the music.
Play it low.
Yeah, just no.
Play it. I swear, it's a good song.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. I need to. I always need to put the computer into manual, and
Right.
it was still
Andrew,
an automatic.
So we're on the same page. No music this morning. Just take all the songs out. Do it now, just so it's not an issue for the next couple hours.
All right, 6:19 at the MJ Morning Show. MJ Fester live in studio.
That is a good song.
What?
I swear.
I swear.
All right.
Yeah.
So
All right.
today's the day, man.
Yeah, I want to emphasize. Well, actually, technically tomorrow.
Tropical storm force winds are going to come by.
Well, I tell you, don't guess. I've got the schedule here. So as far as the wind schedule, tropical storm force winds probably in the Tampa Bay area between 2 and 3, 4 o'clock today. So by 4 o'clock, you're going to have tropical storm force gusts, and that's going to be about 40 miles an hour to 58 miles an hour. It's not going to be continuous. It's not going to be sustained. You're going to have gusts beginning somewhere 2, 3, 4 o'clock this afternoon. Then you're going to have increased gusts, 58 to 73, just below hurricane level at 74. That's going to be later tonight, say 8, 9 o'clock is going to be the timing on that. Then midnight through 7 a.m., that's when we're expecting the worst of it. It's going to be an overnight landfall wherever Milton decides to make landfall. Again, the track was moving more south yesterday. It's still, according to the models, on track for roughly Sarasota, Manatee County line area. And I just want to emphasize that nobody is out of the woods. Do not drop your guard. Don't look at, oh, look, it's going to Sarasota. The breadth, the size of this storm is massive, and we're going to get some nasty weather. As they've been talking about the southern portion of the storm kind of collapsing and all of the energy outside of the eye, a lot of it being focused up on the north, you're going to get a lot of wind and a lot of rain. You know, up here in the Tampa Bay area, so Pinellas County, Hillsborough County, and even further north, you could have 6 to 12 inches of rain, a massive amount of rain. Now, what scares me the most is storm surge, and we're going to have Greg D on in just a moment. It's 6:21 right now. Greg D gave me a 6:22 availability. So Greg D, ABC Action News, who's on TV right now, we're watching him. Greg D is going to be available in about a minute, and I'm just waiting for our hotline to flash, and then we'll pick him right up, and we can get his thoughts. He did mention earlier at 5 o'clock, he did mention that there might have been a little bit more of a jog to the north with the 5 a.m. advisory, and it was just a matter of miles, 5 miles or so. Again, this is going to continue to potentially wobble. The wobble that happened yesterday put it on more of a southerly track, but a wobble could occur and push it further south again, or another wobble could occur and push it further north. Again, I must emphasize, nobody is out of the woods. We have to prepare. If you have not prepared yet, you do have a good chunk of today to prepare. Ideally, you should have already been done with all of your prep, or certainly most of your prep, but you still have time today. Now, the bridge closure schedule we'll get into again. They're going to, as conditions warrant, they're going to decide when they close the Howard Franklin Bridge and the Gandy and the Courtney Campbell. We'll go over the whole Florida Highway Patrol email that was sent out yesterday afternoon. And, of course, the Skyway, that shuts down when winds hit 40 miles an hour. So the Skyway is going to be shut down. All of the bridges ultimately will be shut down. So, again, plan accordingly. You still have a little more time. For instance, at my house, about probably 80% is done. And we're going to be able, Michelle is going to be up at, 6 o'clock. She's already up, I'm sure, to begin, final prep at our house. And again, we have a hotel. We're in South Tampa. We are in an evacuation zone. We're in the highest level evacuation zone. And yes, our plans are to get out. A lot of my neighborhood is already gone. A lot of my neighborhood has already left. There's still some time because this is not going to be a major event until late tonight into the middle of the night hours, 2, 3, 4, potentially 5 o'clock in the morning. So Greg D is clear from TV. And I'm just watching the hotline, and it should flash here momentarily, and then we'll pick up Greg D and get his thoughts on the current track. And again, this is according to the 5 a.m. advisory, which just came out about an hour and a half ago. We'll have an 8 a.m. intermediate advisory. And listen, they've even been updating in between main advisories and intermediate advisories. So we'll bring you any updates the minute they happen. Greg D phoning in now. Greg D, ABC Action News, live from the South Tampa studios. Greg, welcome back to the MJ Morning Show.
Thank you, MJ. I've got about 4 minutes.
All right,
of a break this morning.
let's use every bit of those 4 minutes. All right, let's go.
Okay.
Give us the latest on the track. I saw you at 5 o'clock with the advisory. Did you say that we might have had a little bit of a shift to the north, a slight?
They did, and the Hurricane Center has noted this, and they have basically stood their ground. In their discussion, they say they simply do not believe the spaghetti plots. They believe that the global models have a better handle of the situation. And I got to tell you, MJ, every big model that covers the entire globe and the United States, not just this one storm, is showing the NHC landfall and not a landfall farther south. The spaghetti plots are farther south. Some of them are farther south towards Port Charlotte and Fort Myers. The DFS, the Euro, the UK, all of them, Manatee County.
All right, so are we looking to geographic? I know it's tough to pinpoint, but we're really looking, what, Sarasota, Manatee line or more into Manatee?
Think SRQ Airport, the Sarasota Bradenton International Airport.
Yep.
That would be about their center line right now. So then you think strongest winds, the communities out ahead, Sarasota, Bradenton, Lakewood Ranch, the Meadows, that section of our area.
All right, so, if I go ahead and hit my Google Maps and I type in SRQ, and I pass by it, a ton of times, obviously, but, you look at, where it is, you look, at, 301, you look at 41, you look at I-75, and, again, Lakewood Ranch is pretty much on the same latitude as SRQ.
And that whole area has built up so much in the last decade and a half.
It's huge, right? The population, actually, it's Manatee County and northern Sarasota are some of our fastest growing areas. But now, let's talk about something else, though, because I actually think, although there will be the potential for some strong winds there, I continue to see that some of the strongest winds after landfall will be nowhere near the track of this storm. And I'm really concerned about areas about 40 miles to the north of the center. Pinellas and Hillsborough County, even southern Pasco, will likely gust above 80 miles per hour. And the third biggest concern, there's lots of concerns with this storm, is the fact that the heaviest rain with this storm will fall in a band 40 to 60 miles north of the center. So northern Pinellas, Hillsborough, Pasco, Sumter, and northern Polk. And that's where we could get 12 to 16 inches of rain.
Okay, so that's being revised upward because it was 6 to 12.
That is upward.
Yep.
And the reason is, and this is why the Hurricane Center is kind of leaning towards some of these other models, this is a complicated weather system. The rain that's falling out there now is not directly related to the hurricane. It's more related to the weather system that's impacting it. And we're going to get probably in some cases several inches of rain today before the hurricane rain even arrives tonight.
Wow. All right, with the limited time that you have, let's talk surge because surge is really should be people's greatest fear. For Tampa Bay, are you still believing that the surge risk is reduced with the probable landfall?
If a SRQ landfall happens, then the surge in the bay is probably less than 5 feet, probably less than 3 feet.
Wow. So
if
that
the storm,
yep.
if the storm jogs 25 miles to the north or 20 miles to the north, the surge is 15 feet.
Yeah, that is daunting. Yeah. So
daunting.
Yeah. Best guess. Do you think that we hold on this track? I mean, we're still far out because landfall sort of being pushed back. It was a midnight 1 a.m. event. Now it could be a little bit later. Correct?
Yeah, it could be 2, 3 a.m. MJ, I still think I'm more of a global model guy. If I were to lean toward it, I would still say Manatee County.
So, and are we talking southern Manatee? And we talking SR? We're talking SR.
It could be a little. It could be a little farther north. Maybe Longboat. Maybe Anna Maria. That kind of deal. But Coquina Key. That kind of a little farther north than the SRQ airport.
All right. So what does that do to surge then? Obviously, the further north we go, the more surge risk in Tampa Bay.
It does increase it a little bit. I'm not actually sure how much it would increase it. We would have to run the models on that track, and unfortunately, they're not being run on that track right now.
Yeah.
But it would, especially in the southern part of the bay. MG, one of the problems here is that we've never seen this. So it's really hard to tell and to look back on previous experiences to say, oh, it happened like this with this storm, because we've never seen it happen.
This is a
And
very
that is really frustrating.
This is very unique. This kind of approach. This is just something we, at least in recorded history, we just haven't seen this.
We haven't seen, absolutely.
Greg, do you have to roll now?
I do have to roll.
Okay.
We're in a break. We're about to come back, so we're going to have another update here coming up at 6:30.
Okay, and then what is your next availability for us this hour?
That probably will be before the top of the hour. I will find a spot, and I'll call you guys back.
All right, sounds great.
Probably towards the end.
Thank you, Greg.
Appreciate you guys.
You appreciate you. All right, Greg D., ABC Action News, juggling a lot, analyzing the data, updating graphics, doing the live hits on television, and then in between phoning us whenever he has availability, and they've provided great access. Dennis Phillips will join us at about 8:35 or so. So just after 8:30, Dennis Phillips, chief meteorologist, ABC Action News, will join us here on the MJ Morning Show, and our discussions with Dennis are always fantastic, just like with Greg, and we will obviously get the latest. We'll have the 8 o'clock advisory out by then. And, we were even getting updates in between advisories yesterday with the wind speed shifts and differences. Anyway, full coverage, Hurricane Milton, here on the MJ Morning Show, as this is going to be a middle-of-the-night event for tomorrow morning. So 2 to 3, we're going to have increased tropical storm gusts of wind later this afternoon. What you heard for the immediate Tampa Bay area, the amount of wind, the tropical storm gusts, the hurricane gusts, the amount of rain has now been upgraded. It was 6 to 12, and you just heard Greg say maybe 12 to 16 inches of rain.
That's a lot of rain. And, the ground gets super soft, and even without a crazy strong wind, those trees are awfully heavy with the shallow root systems. There might be a lot of damage with tree fall.
Yeah, so that's another reason to evacuate if you're surrounded by trees. I mean, you don't want a tree going through your house while you're inside. And, of course, the storm surge still has to be on our minds in the immediate Tampa Bay area, because even though they're showing this Manatee, Sarasota track, I'm not taking that to the bank. We have to plan for the worst, hope for the best. That's cliche, but it's true. We're not out of the woods. Nobody is, another cliche, out of the woods. I mean, nobody is in the clear. All right, we'll continue in minutes. Bridge update, shelter update. We'll grab your phone calls during the course of the show. Rain was significant just coming in this morning. I had some pretty heavy rain. Not a lot of wind yet.
No.
So the vehicle, as I was driving across Tampa Bay on the Howard Franklin southbound, I didn't really have any wind issues.
But it was a lot of water.
A lot of rain. Yeah, so a lot of rain this morning. 6:33 at the MJ Morning Show. Back in minutes with our full Hurricane Milton coverage here on 104.7 FM, Q105. Let me tell you about... Battery-powered radios. We've been telling you this for a while. A battery-powered radio is going to be key for many people because widespread power outages are expected. Your TV's not going to work. Your cable's not going to work. A battery-powered radio will keep you plugged in and informed. So hopefully you have a battery-powered radio. And, of course, you can stream us on the streaming apps, but then you're using your cell phone battery. And then if you don't have battery backup, battery banks, listen, you're going to be utilizing the power for your phone. So that's why a battery-powered radio with the appropriate battery, whether they're C cells, whether they're AAAs, AA's, whatever, that really is just effective. And we always have said, make sure you have a radio. Let me give you the bridge information, the media alert, as we've had it from the Florida Highway Patrol yesterday afternoon. From Steve Gaskins, Florida Highway Patrol. This was as of 3:53 p.m. yesterday afternoon that the Florida Department of Transportation, FDOT, the Florida Highway Patrol, City of Tampa, City of Clearwater, working together to inform the public on the timing of major bridge closures in the Tampa Bay area due to hazardous conditions. FDOT, FHP, and local officers will have people and equipment on site to close the bridges residents should take potential bridge closures into account when planning evacuation routes and timing. Keep in mind there may come a time when it is no longer safe or possible to evacuate using these bridges. This is why they push for much earlier evacuation times than later to take into account unforeseen conditions and the potential closure of bridges. To inform the approaching public, message boards will have notices stating whether bridges are closed, when bridges close in advance of a storm making landfall. Law enforcement, traffic resources may present information to guide the motorists, obviously. However, there will be a time when it is no longer safe for personnel with FDOT, for instance, troopers and officers, or any physical barriers that close the bridges to be on site. Now, that's important. When they close bridges and conditions are still safe, you'll have FDOT trucks blocking entrances or exits. You'll have Florida Highway Patrol there as well in many cases. But when the conditions get too rough, they're going to pull off. They're going to get out of there. And, of course, the bridges will be open and or you'd be able, but it's just not going to be safe.
Right.
So, clearly there's going to come a time later this evening when, nobody should be on the road. So, again, this is the latest information from the Highway Patrol. So when the physical barriers that close the bridges pull out because it's not safe for them to be there, the public is not then just allowed to cross the bridges once they're closed, and the public should not cross the bridges even if there is no physical barrier or officers there. As community advocates, we kindly ask that you help us get this message out to the public. Thank you. And that's directed, obviously, to media because this is the Florida Highway Patrol media alert from Sergeant Gaskins from yesterday afternoon. So specifically, bridges. Sunshine Skyway will close when sustained wind speeds exceed 45 miles an hour. Based on that, they anticipate a full closure of the Sunshine Skyway by later this afternoon. So prepare for the Skyway to be closed sometime later this afternoon. The Howard Franklin Bridge and Gandy bridges are monitored by FHP. FDOT is notified when water encroaches or approaches. FDOT crews work to close these bridges when FHP deems it necessary for safety. We also anticipate that this may be necessary by Wednesday afternoon. Again, it is going to come down to wind, whether it's safe to travel, as well as the water encroachment. And depending on where landfall is going to be made and the approach of Milton to the Florida Gulf Coast, the water that will be pushed ahead, what factor will that have? Now, keep in mind that with a more southerly track, if that verifies, that's going to actually keep water out of Tampa Bay. So we're not going to have as much of the surge as predicted if that path holds. However, again, it's not set in stone. There could be a wobble. Just like we had a southerly wobble yesterday, this thing could wobble back to the north and give extreme worst-case scenario surge issues for Tampa Bay and along the Gulf beaches. So, again, nothing is set in stone. We must prepare. Then the Courtney Campbell Causeway, the bridge monitored by the Tampa Police Department and the Clearwater Police Department on both ends. FDOT will work with these agencies to close the bridge when the water gets close to the approaches and if it's unsafe to travel. Also anticipate that the causeway may be necessary to be closed by later this afternoon. This is all fluid. We don't know. At this point, the timing. It is 6:47 at the MJ Morning Show. Let me take a quick break here. Let me break early because Greg D should have availability for us in just a matter of minutes. So let me get a break cleared so we have open runway for Greg D, ABC Action News, to join us in just a matter of moments here on the MJ Morning Show. Accidents.
104.7 FM, Q105.
All right, 6:55 MJ Morning Show. Right to Greg D. He's got a window for us before 7 o'clock, top of the hour. Greg, what do our listeners need to know right now?
The storm track has shifted a little north overnight. At this point, I don't think these tracks will matter as much from the Hurricane Center. We're just not good enough at forecasting the exact landfall so precisely. That does complicate the surge forecast, and basically all options are open for the surge inside of the bay, depending on wobbles. I just ran through one of our models here, our local model that's modeling the track and the look of the storm very well. And I do want to say this. After landfall, the strongest winds are going to move to the northwest side of the storm. So although the eye may track across Manatee, Hardy, and Polk counties, I think after landfall, the strongest wind gusts are going to be in Pinellas, Hillsborough, and Pasco counties.
Pinellas, Hillsborough, and Pasco.
Pasco.
Yeah, Pasco County.
And those folks are not in the cone right now, okay? So just if you're in Wesley Chapel, Zephyr Hills, Dade City, New Tampa, expect some wind. Now, you're not going to get 130-mile-an-hour winds there, but in terms of wind gusts of 80 to 100 miles an hour, those are going to be very possible in that northwest eye wall right through the overnight.
All right, so after landfall, wherever it's made, again, those in Pinellas, Hillsborough, and Pasco expect strong winds and a hell of a lot of rain.
Yeah, and, with the 5 a.m. advisory, I didn't see this earlier. I just checked. They're now putting in another level of potential rainfall, and they've got a new color that's up to the Pinellas County coast of 16 to 20 inches.
Oh, my. So potentially, up the Pinellas County. And does that also include Hillsborough as well, or more Pinellas?
Not yet. Not yet. But that, it's possible that some places in Hillsborough could approach, and Pasco, 16 inches of rain. And remember, that would be about 40 miles north of the eye.
All right. What's bothering me, Greg, is, again, the complication on the storm surge. And, again, that when you say a little wobble to the north, but we're only talking about a couple of miles?
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't remember the exact location of the 11 p.m. I was asleep, but you probably know it better. You probably can compare.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how much north this has moved with the 5 a.m. Probably, what do you think, 10 miles, 15? If even.
Yeah, maybe not that much. Maybe five around 5, 6, 8. If I were to guess, again, I'm just eyeballing the maps. But again, but the possibility exists that the wobble that took this into the Sarasota-Manatee line yesterday afternoon, the potential exists for this thing to wobble right back over Tampa Bay.
Yeah, absolutely. And the reason I asked you about that distance is because that small change that is almost imperceptible upped the surge in the southern bay from 3 feet to more than 6 feet.
Yeah, because at 11 o'clock last night, I was watching Dennis, obviously, and even during his special Dennis Phillips Live, he was discussing how the surge, if it goes on that track, will be minimal for the Tampa Bay immediate area. And again, with a little track shift, it just shows us that these wobbles are not predicted by the computer modeling, and we're not out of the woods. Everyone needs to be on alert. And, the surge, for me and for most people, the surge is the most dynamic and the surge is the scariest.
It is. And so I think you said it there perfectly. We all need to assume that we are going to get the landfall at our location. You prepare for the worst, knowing that only a very small amount of people actually see those worst conditions. But we all have to play it safe. By the time you're about to get the worst, it's too late to get out of the way.
All right, Greg, I guess you have to get ready for the top of the hour.
I do. Yep, top of the hour.
All right, hit it, and then just text me all availability, or just hit our hotline the minute you're available. Greg D, ABC Action News. Thank you, buddy.
All right. Thank you.
All right, Greg D, again, splitting time between us and appearing on Channel 28. Dennis Phillips, chief meteorologist over at ABC Action News, will join us just after 8:30 this morning. So you heard what he said, that the northwest side of the eye wall, that wherever this does make landfall, that you're going to see incredible impacts as far as rain. I mean, that is just unfathomable. So Pinellas, some of the modeling showing that Pinellas County could see 16 to 20 inches of rain.
That's a lot of rain.
And in a fairly short amount of time.
5-hour stretch.
Because of this massive moisture, obviously, with this system. So you're looking northwest side of the eye, wherever this makes landfall, that you're going to have strong effects after landfall as it begins to cut across the state. And again, it's going to be the after action that we see the actual path and where it made landfall and where it's going to cut across the state before it gets back out on the other side into the Atlantic Ocean. So everyone needs to be aware, alert, because this is not set in stone. Remember, we are sitting here right now at 7 o'clock in the morning on Wednesday, and the real impact and landfall, according to Greg, and this is subject to change as well, is 2 to 3 o'clock tomorrow morning. So you still have an enormous amount of time this morning and this afternoon to finalize prep. A lot of counties already wanted you evacuated, and most have. And I'll talk about that a little later on. My neighborhood's kind of a ghost town, and rumors were flying yesterday, and I'll get into that in a little more detail later on. But again, wind and rain event for a lot of folks, and the storm surge event for the Pinellas coast up into Pasco, all through Tampa Bay. So the eastern side of Pinellas County on Tampa Bay up into South Tampa, the Davis Island side, back into Old Hillsborough, up into Old Tampa Bay on the west side, West Shore side, up into Oldsmar. Again, the surge predictions were reduced yesterday, but again, you have to be prepared. And I am still preparing for a massive surge at my house in South Tampa. I would rather do all this preparation,
every bit of it,
and
right.
We've got most of our sandbags laid and our Visqueen laid out. And listen, that's going to buy me 6-8 inches potentially. If this surge does become worse than what they had predicted late yesterday. Sandbags, from what I've read, really at a home level, it could give you a foot if it's done correctly. And, Michelle watched like 8 videos, and Michelle's like the sandbag expert now.
I watched a couple of YouTube videos, a couple of preppers or something.
Well, no, not preppers. It's just emergency services
Okay.
at, various counties and states. And there's a way to do the sandbags where you lay it out, you pack it down. With the sandbags, you only want to fill them like half full or 2/3 full.
So they're pliable.
You want to be able to lay them out and pack them, and then you don't lay them all on top of it. You stagger them, kind of like laying bricks. the way they lay a brick wall. You got one row and then it's kind of staggered, over the joints or the seat, whatever you call it. I'm not a bricklayer, but you know what I'm talking
what you
about.
mean. So even tomorrow, MJ, 24 hours from right now, it's still a Category 1 hurricane over Polk County?
Dude, so over Polk County tomorrow morning.
Yeah, 24 hours from right now.
And we ought to get, I'm going to send a message to Grady Judd and see if we can get him on because, Polk County is going to most likely have impacts. The inland counties are going to have impacts, and you're going to be looking at a Category 1 storm over the entire state of Florida. Also, the Orlando area, wherever this thing ends up exiting, whether it's going to be Vero Beach or wherever it actually exits, it is still projected to be a Category 1 once it exits the state.
We're putting a hurricane into the Atlantic Ocean after it crosses the entire width of the state of Florida.
Look at the whole track on this thing.
Yeah.
This thing was a disturbance off of the southern western coast of Mexico. So the bottom of Mexico, this thing was out in the Pacific. And it crossed over Mexico and then cruised, into the Gulf, and then it's just went a little north, kind of scraped the Yucatan Peninsula yesterday, and then picked up by the trough, and then we're looking at the hook, which is going to take it into the Florida coast. And again, you got a certain track that we're looking at now and the computer models that pushed it south, a little bit of a nudge north with the 5 a.m. advisory. So everybody must be prepared. Nobody is in the clear on this, and you have to be alert and aware. We've got a hurricane warning for the entire area. There is a huge impact coming. You're going to have an area of severe devastation where it makes landfall, and then the effects are going to spread out for miles, 40, 50, 60 miles. I mean, so and the storm has gotten larger. It was a much more compact storm. It went through an eye replacement cycle, and another eye replacement cycle again is possible. And that has, it weakens and then it strengthens again. The size of the storm could be actually double what it was. It was a very small storm, and it's still going to be relatively small. It's not going to be like what we just had with Helene. Helene was just a monster as far as width goes.
It'll be big enough to cover the whole state at one time.
Yeah, but again, with the surge, we still have to prepare that Tampa Bay and the Pinellas beaches are going to have the surge. I would rather prepare all day long and not have it happen. Any way you slice it, somebody is going to have the worst effects, but again, this is going to be pretty widespread. Just massive amounts of rain for Pinellas, Hillsborough, Polk, Pasco. You're going to have, even if you're not near the center, and of course the strongest winds really only extend out 5-10 miles from the center. I mean, that's kind of compact, but the entire area is going to have effects, and it is not going to be uncommon to have 90-mile-an-hour gusts, 40 miles, 30 miles away from the center, which would put it into Pinellas, Hillsborough, obviously. And then as it tracks across the state, you're going to have inner counties with hurricane force winds as well. It's going to be a catastrophic hurricane somewhere.
I'm looking at a map, MJ, where they're calling for up to a foot of rain in Spring Hill.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that far north of the of the bay is going to have a lot of moisture.
Remember, the wobbles are not predicted by the models. The wobbles are not predicted by the models.
Yeah, the AI can't predict the wobbles.
So you got to just prepare for all possibilities. We had the wobble yesterday. There's nothing to say that it can't wobble, and it did with the 5 a.m. They're saying that it was a little bit of a wobble to the north, and this is going to wobble back and forth, I would imagine, all day long. You look at the actual track so far, and it kind of zigs and zags a little bit. It moves here, moves there, but you can't, because of the southerly track yesterday, you can't say, oh, the Tampa Bay area is going to be spared. We don't know yet. You have to prepare like this thing is coming right at us. Now, as far as timing, later this afternoon, 2, 3, 4 p.m., you're going to start getting the tropical storm force gusts, and that's going to be 40 to 58 miles an hour or so. Then 7 to 8 o'clock tonight, the predictions are gusts to 58 to 73 miles an hour around the Tampa Bay area. And then midnight through 7 a.m., that's when you're going to see the hurricane force gusts and obviously sustained winds as well. At this point with the 5 a.m. advisory, you had maximum sustained winds for Milton near 160. So, it's a Cat 5 again. So right now a Cat 5, and some of the predictions are putting it at a Cat 4 at landfall, and it was yesterday predicted to be a Category 3. So again, uncertainty, you got to just prepare for the absolute worst. Power outages are going to be widespread. I mean, who the hell knows? People might be out of power for weeks. I would say most of the area, if you are affected by a power outage, that's going to be, potentially days.
Yeah, several days maybe.
So a lot of the area might be without power for a day or two, maybe more, but there are going to be some that are going to be out of power for a week plus. So you got to plan for power outages. It's another reason why we always tell you to make sure you have a battery-powered radio and to tune in to our station. We're partnered with ABC Action News, and when conditions get too bad for the studio, then we'll broadcast the ABC Action News audio, and you'll be able to hear everything that they're saying on television, as they describe their modeling, etc. Now, again, the wobbles, the storm surge possibilities. Now, remember, 2004, Charlie was 6 hours away, and that's when Charlie made that turn into Punta Gorda, into Charlotte Harbor. Charlie was headed right for the Tampa Bay area, and the fact that it was headed more here shifted south yesterday. Now, a little bit, not dramatic, but a little bit of a northerly shift in some of the last modeling. And again, some of the models are taking it again further south. But again, the National Hurricane Center forecast, they're still sticking with right now around the Sarasota airport, right around SRQ. So sort of on
the county line between Manatee and Sarasota.
Yeah, so
County.
Manatee, Sarasota County area, maybe a little north of that now, maybe a little bit more into Manatee County. But again, we're sitting at 7:11 a.m. here on Wednesday morning for an event that is going to take place more around 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. And forward speed could slow down. Forward speed could pick up. Again, these are all unknowns. We've been through this drill many, many times. And as far as shelters go, Hillsborough County, they wanted you sheltered in place by 7 a.m. this morning. So that's now. So Hillsborough, if you were going to utilize a shelter, they wanted you in that shelter. Now, still, of course, they'll take you.
There's plenty of time as far as getting down there.
And again, yeah, I mean, we're sitting at 7:12 now in the morning, and we're looking at conditions worsening throughout the late afternoon into the evening. But landfall somewhere in the middle of the night, 2, 3, 4 a.m. is what we're looking at. So Hillsborough County wanted you in their shelters, and if you're not going to a public shelter, they wanted you sheltered in place by 7 o'clock this morning. 12 shelters in Hillsborough County, and they're at about half capacity. I'm going to go over a bunch of the shelters here in just a moment. Also, this is important. Hillsborough County debris dumping will be open from 7 a.m. to noon today. And that's another issue, which I'll get into, is the debris in my neighborhood. Now,
did they get a lot of it up like they thought they would?
They started to pick up some of it, but there's still a lot of debris in my neighborhood. So, hey, I'll get into the debris later on. Andrew, Andrew wants me to mention Dennis again. So, Dennis will join us just after 8:30. Right. So, just after 8:30 this morning, so about an hour and 15 minutes away, Dennis Phillips will join us from ABC Action News. Greg D will also join us interspersed throughout the morning. Greg D does the morning shift, meteorologist over at ABC Action News, and Greg is juggling TV, juggling radio as well. Now, as far as the shelters go, where's my shelter list here? You have a lot of shelters that are open to assist, here in the Tampa Bay area.
Yeah, and some of the shelters are special needs shelters, and other shelters, are pet friendly.
Yeah.
So you have to know if you're going to go, which one you're going to, and which one can serve you the best.
Got the list here. So Citrus County emergency shelter location: Central Ridge Elementary School, Citrus High School, Forest Ridge Elementary, Hernando. Pet-friendly public shelters that are open: Challenger K through 8, West Hernando Middle School, Enrichment Center on John Gary Grubbs Boulevard, Hillsborough County, 12 shelters, Hillsborough County. These are the shelters, and again, and we'll go over the evacuation zones in just a moment, and those evacuation zones are important. Hillsborough County, general population, pet-friendly shelters that are open: Burnett Middle School, Durant High School, Middleton High School, Sickles High School on Gun Highway, Steinbrenner High School up in Lutz. Now, the general population, no pet shelters in Hillsborough are Pizzo Elementary School, Reddick Elementary School, and then some of the special needs and pet-friendly shelters that are also open: Irwin Technical College, Sumner High School out in Riverview, and Strawberry Crest High School. That's out toward, Dover, before Plant City. And then Manatee shelters that are open: Gullet Elementary School, Harvey Elementary School. And again, if the landfall predictions hold, it's, around Manatee County, Sarasota-Manatee line. So if you're in the mandatory evacuation zones and you don't have a place to go, hit these shelters. Manatee, again, Gullet Elementary School, Harvey Elementary School, McNeil Elementary School, Miller Elementary, Mills Elementary, Mona Jane Middle School, Myakka Elementary School, Prine Elementary School, Sugg Middle School in Sarasota County. Let me just skip to Sarasota for those shelter openings. Hang on, let me go. Emergency shelters open in Sarasota: Atwater Elementary, Booker High School, Brookside Middle School, Fruitville Elementary, Gulfgate Elementary, Heron Creek Middle School, Northport High School, Philippi Shores Elementary, Southside Elementary, Taylor Ranch Elementary, Woodland Middle School. Those are Sarasota evacuation points. In Pasco, the emergency shelters that are open: Centennial Middle School, 5A High School, Wesley Chapel High School, River Ridge Middle and High Schools, Fasano Regional Hurricane Center. That's going to be special needs only. So Fasano Regional Hurricane Center is going to be special needs only, and that's going to be in Pasco County. And then also Sun Lake High School will be open. Pinellas has a long list as well. Emergency shelter locations that are open in Pinellas: Bel Air Elementary, Campbell Park Elementary, Clearwater Fundamental, Gibbs High School, Largo High School, Leelman Innovation Academy, Melrose Elementary, Palm Harbor University. The special needs shelters that are open: Dunedin Highland Middle School and Oak Grove Middle School. And then Polk County's got a ton of shelters as well. In Polk, the open shelters: Auburndale High School, Spessard Holland Elementary, Citrus Ridge Elementary, Horizons Elementary, George Jenkins High School, Highlands Grove Elementary, Kathleen High School, R. Bruce Wagner Elementary, Sleepy Hill Elementary, Mulberry Middle School, Lake Marion Creek Middle School, Chain of Lakes Elementary School. These are all Polk County. Winter Haven High School. The special needs shelters that are open in Polk County are FDOH, Polk Specialty Care, Ridge Community High School, McKeel Academy. Pet-friendly shelters in Polk County are Haines City High School, Lake Region High School, Tenorock High School, and those are the Polk County numbers or shelters. And all of this information is going to be available on a lot of the television websites, as well as your individual counties are going to have their shelters listed. 7:18 at the MJ Morning Show. Let's go over the evacuation zones again next. Are you in an evacuation zone? There are still people that haven't evacuated. We got to deal with the gas issue. A lot of the gas gone. I was driving around, doing a couple of things. We've got our hotel evacuation plan, and we were, checking that out yesterday. And a lot of the gas stations just out of gas. So we'll also grab your phone calls coming up next. So anything to add, anything you've observed. Also, Greg D, ABC Action News, will join us again in just a bit here on the MJ Morning Show on Q105 with full Hurricane Milton coverage. After this is all said and done, when you have garage door issues. I got Fester in, Andrew in the producer's booth screening your phone calls. If you have any items you want to bring to our attention, if you just want to talk through this, what you are doing, if you want to talk about your observations in preparation yesterday, are you on the roads now? Any aspect, any issue, any questions, we'll be happy to help you with any questions you have. If we've got the answer, we'll help you out. 800-990-1047 is how you get in. 800-990-1047. So phones are open right now. 800-990-1047 if you want to check in with us. Again, are you evacuated? Are you in a shelter? You know, if you're in a shelter listening on a battery-powered radio, give us a call. Let us know where you are. What are the shelter conditions like? What about gas issues yesterday? I'll tell you my observations with gas. Andrew from the booth, yes.
I was just told that the Wawa across Hillsborough from the Hard Rock has gas.
All right, so Wawa across from the Hard Rock has gasoline. Well, that's good to know because as I traveled, around South Tampa yesterday, doing some last-minute prep and checking out our evacuation hotel, I noticed that afternoon-wise, there was a huge line wrapped at the Walmart at 275 in Dale Mabry, and they had employees that had set up a queue, and you had Walmart employees that were directing people to the pump. Over at Wawa, so Wawa on South Dale Mabry. This is, technically north, so just north of Kennedy, the Wawa, that particular location. TPD was actually there.
Yeah, what happens is, Dale Mabry is really narrow at that point, and the line backs up the flow of traffic. So you need somebody in there to regulate everything.
Yep.
So yesterday was hit or miss for me with gas. I had some good luck with one car, and then the other car I had to hunt around a little bit, but eventually it worked out. You just got to keep looking. It's out there. I'm on the website gasbuddy.com.
Yeah.
I'm trying to pull up the map.
Well known.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull up the Bay Area map where it kind of talks about, which ones have fuel. Maybe if you could check that website out. If you're going to venture out today looking for a little bit of gas, it might save you a little bit of headache.
All right. And I also heard that some of the Gas Buddy notices were incorrect. So I did hear people. Yeah.
Whoa.
So yesterday I heard that Gas Buddy was showing a station had gas and they got there and the station had no gas. So really it's going to be hit or miss. And as I said, yesterday afternoon, I saw that the Walmart had gas, the Wawa just north of Kennedy in South Tampa had gas, and then going back over to our evacuation hotel space, off of Dale Mabry, I noticed that everything was then closed. So Wawa, and I saw two TPD cruisers sitting in the Wawa, even though everything was taped off. They had the yellow tape all around the pumps, all across the islands. So the Wawa on Dale Mabry, they were out of gas. And also the Walmart was totally closed, and they had the pumps wrapped as well. Also, some of the gas stations on Kennedy. And this is just a snapshot of my neck of the woods. And if you'd like to phone in, I'd like to know what's going on with gas, and I'd like to hear reports of places that do have gas, just like Andrew just had a caller that said that the Wawa on Hillsborough, right near the Hard Rock, that they have gas right now and they are open. So give us gas reports as well. Any aspect of your evacuation, your preparation, comments, questions, observations. Would love to take your calls right now, 800-990-1047. If you're in a shelter, give us a report. Where are you? 800-990-1047. That's 800-990-1047. Go to phones in a second. Just want to reiterate that we did have a southerly shift yesterday, putting the landfall more around the Manatee-Sarasota line. But then with the 5 o'clock advisory, there was a little bit of a jog further north, maybe by 5 or 10 miles is the estimate. So still Manatee County. But again, the closer you get to Tampa Bay, that again increases the storm surge. With some of the tracking yesterday, a lot of the storm surge threat was taken out of the picture, but you can't set that in stone. This is such a fluid situation. I'm telling you right now, I live in South Tampa. I'm in the West Shore area. My home is right on Tampa Bay, and we are still preparing for a worst case storm surge situation. In that case, there's nothing I'm going to be able to do.
Right.
Right now, Michelle and I are later this morning after I finish the show and get home, we're just going to finish up a couple of doors. All the sandbags are poured. I've got 6 mil black plastic Visqueen. So we're cutting out, swaths to cover the doors and then packing the sandbags in. Folks, if you're still doing sandbag preparation, I encourage you, go to YouTube and search for sandbag placement instructions. There are a number of tutorials out there that show you how full the bag should be, how to layer the bags, how to pack the bags. And as far as our preparation, we are only going to be able to protect ourselves to maybe 6, 8, 9, 10 inches, a foot of additional water. And, I'm not going to be able to, if we have an additional surge above that, if you have a 12 to 15-foot storm surge, there's nothing. The sandbags aren't going to help me out at all. I'm going to have a ton of water inside my house. I'm putting the sandbags down to buy me a little insurance on, a couple of inches to maybe up to a foot.
Those sandbags are going to keep the water in your house if it keeps it that high. MJ,
Yeah.
I am an inlander. You are a coastal
Yes,
person.
I am.
So we're going to Visqueen a couple of doors, it's because when the rain hits it directly, sometimes there's a little intrusion. And a listener called me right at the end of the show because I was kind of stressing about sandbags because I didn't have any. He said, buy bags of mulch.
Yeah, I saw.
I went to Home Depot and they had pallets of mulch. And then after the storm, throw it in your flower bed.
All right, let me go to calls here. 800-990-1047 is how you get on. 800-990-1047. Mari is in Lutz. You're on the MJ Morning Show. Welcome.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
Thank you so much.
You bet.
Long-time listener.
Thank you.
I am in Lutz. I do have a concrete home. They have the impact windows. I am here with my daughter. I decided I was going to ride the storm, but now I'm questioning because the winds are so high that I did not put panels in all the windows. I did put panels on the west side of the house, but the winds are so strong that I just want to make sure that whether I should be taking off or just riding it out.
Fester, you're up in Lutz.
Yeah, listen, the point, and you said something very important there, Mari. You have impact windows. And we talk about these great companies that talk about, upgrading your windows. If you have impact windows, what that does is it takes away the burden of having to board your windows. You always can, but they are designed to take an impact. That's exactly what hurricane-rated windows do. So as far as that goes, you have a concrete brick house. You have hurricane-rated windows. You're not in a flood zone.
No.
And you're going to get a lot of rain. So overall, it's going to be a rough night, but honestly, you should be fine. Are there trees over your house? Are there big oak trees or anything like that?
Yeah, that's a concern, is that if with strong winds, could a tree hit your house? And that's another reason to seek an area of better safety.
But if you have a little bit of land and you're not afraid of a tree possibly hitting your home, you sound like
I am in an acre lot, and I have 4 trees, but they're not right next to the home. They're a little far away
Fester,
from the home.
honestly, you sound like you're in as good a situation for being in a concrete block home as possible.
And you're not in a storm surge situation.
Right.
Maury, thank you. Listen, if this track does hit the Manatee around SRQ, around the airport, if this track does hold, and again, there's still plenty of time for more wobbles, so everyone's got to be prepared. You can't say, "Oh, it moved south yesterday. We're in great shape." Now, I'm still preparing like it's coming right at us, and that's what you have to do. But the bottom line is that you heard Greg D a little earlier. We'll have Greg D on in just a bit. There are extreme winds and rainfall predicted. I mean, we're talking large amounts of rain.
In the northern Hillsborough area, the Pasco area, northern Pinellas County into Hernando County, up to a foot. He was talking about some areas predicted possibly up to 20 inches, almost 2 feet of water in over a 6-hour stretch. That's a lot of rain.
When you're dealing with like the northern eye wall area, so the northwest side, very strong winds after landfall. And again, some areas 16 to 20 inches of rain, some of the modeling showing for Pinellas, and extreme heavy rain for Hillsborough County as well. North of landfall, if the track verifies around the Manatee-Sarasota line. Plan on like this is coming right at you. All right, back to phones. 800-990-1047. 800-990-1047. All right, I'm just in communication with Grady Judd right now, Polk County Sheriff, and this is going to be a significant issue for Polk County most likely because it's going to cruise across the state. And Polk County is in the path to have a Category 1, at least, pass over Polk County. Let me see. I can call in a little. I got numerous in the queue. All right. Call when avail. We're ready. I'm texting with Sheriff Grady Judd right now.
I would love to talk to Sheriff Judd and see what his preparations are and what the people can expect in Polk County.
And also, Polk County has a large amount of manufactured homes and mobile homes, probably one of the highest densities in the state is my guess.
I saw online on a social media platform that you don't like to talk about that Polk County, Florida is the number one place where people are moving to, and there's more construction happening in Polk County, especially toward the eastern side of the county. So there's so many residents in Polk that have moved from the north in the last few years that have never really experienced something with this intensity or this urgency or this much newsfare.
All right, let's go to phones. Again, if you want to get in, gas observations, if you know where gas is available right now, stations that are open with a supply, 800-990-1047. That's 800-990-1047. Observations, comments. If you have any questions, if we can answer your question with our resources, we're happy to do it. 800, I'm giving out the hotline here. 800-990-1047. That's 800-990-1047. Listen, you're our eyes and ears. If you're in a shelter, if you're listening to us on a battery-powered radio in a shelter around the Tampa Bay area, I'd love to hear from you. Have you not evacuated yet? Are you still planning to evacuate? Let me see who's phoning in. I got a hotline ringing right now. MJ Morning Show, good morning.
Good morning. This is Greg D.
Greg, good. Okay. So Greg D., thanks for phoning in. Greg D., meteorologist, obviously, ABC Action News. Greg, at 7:38, give us an update.
Milton is either already feeling the impacts of those strong upper-level winds or it's going through an eye wall replacement cycle. The eye has disappeared. The eye wall is looking a little ragged on the northwest side. So I do expect the next time the Hurricane Hunter aircraft sample the eye, they're probably going to get a higher pressure, and we may get the winds to drop at 8 a.m.
All right, so, Greg, are you getting this from radar, or are you getting this from the NHC?
I'm getting this from me observing the satellite picture of the
so
storm.
you're looking at the satellite image, and you're seeing the eye wall kind of collapse or disappear.
Or the eye that was well defined about 2 hours ago, pinhole eye.
Yep.
It's not there anymore.
All right. So what are the chances are that it's an eye wall replacement and it could re-strengthen?
I think at this point I would lean toward that than it being impacted by the upper level winds, because it's still rather far away from those winds. I think this is an eye wall replacement cycle. How long that's going to take, I have no idea. And this is where one of these wobbles could occur, right? Because we saw this happen yesterday when a new eye formed. It was a little farther east and south. That is not necessarily where this new one is going to form in this cycle. It could be anywhere around that. So we'll just have to watch it over the next several hours and see where that new center forms.
Do you have the measurement device? How far from the coast is the eye right now?
I don't have the measurement in front of me, so I cannot tell you an exact number. And I'm not going to try to guess because I don't want folks to kind of read too much into it.
Yeah, no problem at all. All right, so how many more eye wall replacements could occur before landfall? Because I know sometimes eye wall replacements can take 12 or 18 hours.
Oh, it could, absolutely. So this is probably going to be the last one. If it can manage to do so before it reaches those strong upper-level winds.
All right, and that's important. So the strong upper-level winds, how far off of the coast will it meet the maximum impact of the upper-level winds, which we're hoping reduces the strength?
It'll start to feel those max winds in about 6 hours.
And do those winds, what effect will those have on the guidance? Will that keep it on track, move it north, move it south?
Well, if the global models, which are picking up on it well, then it's going to shift it towards the NHC track. If they have very little impact, then you're going to have to start to believe that it may turn a little more east than north. But I think that NHC track is a better track where they nudged it a little farther north today.
All right, and again, for those that are just tuning in, those that are just listening now, the current track with a little bit of it, we had a southerly nudge yesterday. The wobble moved us south yesterday with a little bit of a nudge north with the 5 a.m. advisory. Again, tell our listeners where suspected landfall could be as of now, and we're still, 18 hours out.
So yesterday, it looks like we were looking closer to maybe, downtown Sarasota. Today, this morning, north of the Bradenton-Sarasota airport or just around there, probably with the best guess with the NHC track. Some of the global models even bring it a little farther north than that into central or northern Manatee County. Now, remember, the error from the National Hurricane Center at this point is 40 miles. If you draw a straight line from their current track, 40 miles north, you're still in Pinellas County.
And that is the greatest point that you can realize right now. That
would be horrible.
Right.
So the absolute most horrific landfall now for surge is Indian Rocks or south.
Yes.
With the full force of the south side of the eye pushing all of the Gulf of Mexico into the bay.
Into Tampa Bay. And again,
correct.
As far as the crow flies, and this is where it gets a little deceptive. If you're in South Tampa and, or Pinellas and you're trying to drive to Bradenton, let's say, or you're trying to drive to the SRQ airport off of I-75, that takes you, the prescribed amount of time and the prescribed amount of mileage over the road.
I've done it.
Yeah.
MJ, it's an hour and 15 minutes.
Right, but
if you could do it in a straight line.
Yeah, and that's That's the point.
It's 40 minutes.
Yeah.
It's half the time.
That's the point I'm trying to make. Is as the crow flies, the way that Milton is going to run, you don't let the drive time that we face deceive you.
Absolutely,
the distance is just much shorter up in the atmosphere as the crow flies, and that's what's concerning. And Greg, I am not letting down my guard. Again, a south of Tampa Bay landfall does reduce the surge threat along the Pinellas beaches and Tampa Bay. But I'm preparing my house as if we're going to have the worst case surge scenario.
And I think that is the best advice, and I think everyone should be doing that. I think we should all assume the worst possible landfall from a major Category 3 or stronger hurricane, with the knowledge that most of us are probably going to get less.
All right, Greg D., anything else to add?
Nope, got to go back on air, but I will be in touch with you guys as the 8 a.m. comes in.
All right, thank you. All right, Grady.
Appreciate it. Thank you, MJ.
Grady Judd is trying to call in. In fact, let me try to call Grady because he got the hotline while.
We had Greg on.
Yeah, while Greg was on. Let me call Grady Judd right now.
We should get that call feature where you can tell when somebody else is trying to call in.
Oh, the old call waiting beep.
We could have conferenced them all together, maybe, huh?
Yeah.
How great would that have been? Greg D. and Sheriff Judd.
Calling Grady Judd, Sheriff Polk County right now. Let's see if he's got some availability. If not, we'll slot him in.
We'll get to him as soon as we can. Absolutely, with his schedule.
Yeah, he might be on another call right now.
Yeah, and
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice.
So let me know that we're clear right now. Hold on, let me just do talk to text.
Yeah.
That's going to be easier. Sheriff had ABC Action News on. Hotline is clear now. All right.
you got to be careful with those talk to texts, especially when you're throwing words like sheriff around. Because I've gotten pinched in that before.
Let me hit phones here. Danica Lakeland. Hi, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Danica, welcome.
Good morning. Wawa in Lakeland on 98 North just got a shipment of gas. And yesterday I filled up at the Wawa in Winter Haven on 17, and the Winter Haven Police Department did such a good job at delegating the lines. I mean, granted, it took 40 minutes, but it was smooth. Long but smooth.
All right. So, and you just saw a gas truck deliver gas to Wawa 98 North in Lakeland?
Yeah, maybe about 10, 15 minutes ago now.
All right. And that's 98. What's the biggest cross street off of 98 there?
All of them.
Maybe Daughtry.
Okay.
It's just past the mall, the Lakeland Mall,
Gotcha.
headed north.
All right. They still call that the Lakeland Square Mall, or they changed the name?
No, everybody calls it the Lakeland Square Mall, at least I do.
Lakeland Square.
Unbelievably, we did many, many CD signings for Milton Fludge Cow, the crotchety old man, in that mall over the years. All 8 of our CDs, I think we were there 8 different times with hundreds and hundreds of people in line buying the Milton Fludge Cow crotchety old man CD. And then here we are. I got a Hurricane Milton of all freaking things. Danica, thanks for the report. That opens the line. 800-990-1047. That's 800-990-1047. That is how you get on the MJ Morning Show. 800-990-1047. If you have gas updates where people can get gas, because people are still evacuating, and you still have time to evacuate. And I'll tell you what, roads, even yesterday, the traffic yesterday afternoon was minimalized.
Yes.
Minimized. It was much less. It appears that a lot of the evacuations had already come about because the roads were, I thought, remarkably open yesterday.
Well, a lot of things were also closed. Yesterday by 3 o'clock, a lot of the Publix is closed. And when Publix puts up their closed sign, stay home. Yeah, Walmart's closed.
Do you have the Waffle House index yet?
So the Waffle House came out with the big announcement on Twitter yesterday about their availability for the next 24 hours. And they're all closed in the greater Tampa Bay area. I think you have to go as far out to Lakeland right now to see the first opened Waffle House.
Well, I sent you to try to pick up a cooler for us. And listen, Michelle's like, I told you 2 years ago to get a Yeti cooler, for, when we do leave the house, having a nice high quality cooler to keep things cold. And, Michelle's saying, I told you to get a cooler a couple of years ago. And in fact, Michelle did some extensive cooler research yesterday.
Really?
Yeah.
When she's not researching how to fill sandbags.
Hey, Michelle says the Orca cooler is a better way to go than the Yeti cooler. That the Orcas are all made in the USA. Some of the Yetis are not made in the USA.
What?
And that the Orca actually keeps things cooler. I mean, any way you slice it, $450 for a cooler. That's to me, that's crazy talk. But that's what they're going for.
This is
yeah?
supposed to be like the greatest cooler.
Yeah. So Walmart online, the Walmart app said that they had the Orca 65 quart or whatever the hell it is cooler. They had it at the Walmart up in Lutz, which is right around the corner from where Fester lives. So I said, Fester, go grab this cooler for me. And then Fester, you got there and
empty.
Womp womp.
They had a couple of smaller handbag size coolers, but no big 65, 66 quarter.
They had a lunch pail available.
I could have got you one of those.
Yeah, I'm sure you could have. All right, let's go back to phones. 800-990-1047 gets you in. 800-990-1047. Gas reports, any observations? Are people behaving well out there? Hit our phone lines with any aspect of this. If you have questions, we're happy to try to answer your questions. We have officials coming on. I've got messages out to officials all over the Tampa Bay area, and we are going to mix your phone calls with Greg D. from ABC Action News. Dennis Phillips joins us just after 8:30. So make plans now. ABC Action News Chief Meteorologist Dennis Phillips just after 8:30 here on the MJ Morning Show with full Milton coverage here on Q105, 104.7 FM. Karen is, looks like Gibsonton. Line 4. Karen, hi, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Hello.
Hey, guys. I just passed the Wawa 301 and Gibsonton Drive as gas and not long lines at all.
Oh, wow. A lot of people are off the roads at this point. Yesterday lines were crazy yesterday afternoon. So you're saying that Wawa 301 and Gibsonton, they have gas right now and the lines are not crazy.
Correct.
Now may be the time to go out and get the gas if you need it and there's availability because so many less people are just on the road right now. The preparations have been done.
Karen, thanks for the call. Appreciate it. That opens a line, 800-990-1047. David is in Spring Hill. David, welcome. You're on the MJ Morning Show.
Hey, MJ and the gang. David Martini here from Spring Hill. I had a question for Fester. I have a 30-foot camper in my backyard.
Oh, yeah.
That's where I normally store it. And what's the best way he thinks to secure it for the hurricane, so that it doesn't get toppled over or something like that? I figure he would know.
The best way is to make sure your insurance is up to date on it. Honestly,
well, yes.
I mean, you can't put a hurricane strap on a recreational vehicle like you could like a mobile
on a mobile home.
You can't do that. It'd crack the roof line. Honestly,
right.
you want to keep it out from under trees. The number one thing you see in these storms is the trees.
Yeah, and a tree falls on that, it's like hitting a tool shed.
Yeah, and you in Spring Hill, we talked about this earlier. You might get a foot of rain in your county. So you have to just make sure there's no water intrusion because, even if it's...
Right, that there isn't.
So, I mean, you got to leave it out there, and the RV's not going to topple over. I mean, I work at a dealership, and the storm's going to pass right by it. RV's not going to be, thrown left and right unless you get a really, really close hit. So where you are, you're going to get tropical storm strength wind. Keep it out in the open, and make sure it's tomorrow, as soon as everything clears, make sure there's no water inside of it. Put your slide in.
For sure.
Put your slide. If you have a slide, put your slide.
My slides are in.
Yeah.
And the supports that come down, below to stabilize the stabilizer are all down on the ground too as well. I just thought maybe there was some way should I tie it to a,
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to use, a fishing line? I mean, what are you going to tie a rope to the house? I mean,
that was good. Yeah, that's what I thought about doing.
David, best of luck for you. Thank you. That's going to open a line, 800-990-1047. 800-990-1047. Let's talk to Jay, who was on I-75, and it looks like around Sarasota. Jay, where are you on I-75?
Good morning. Yeah, I am actually coming through Tampa right now. I was in Sarasota, just, let's call it east of Crescent Beach on Siesta Key. We took a look at that storm track this morning around 5:30 and decided, it's time to get out of Dodge. That thing was coming right for SRQ. So I was on 75, probably around, I want to say 6:30, and I'm heading up to Ocala to my aunt's place in the Villages.
All right, and you're saying that right now, I-75 northbound from Sarasota, roads were nice and clear, and then now you're in Tampa on I-75, and still it's smooth sailing.
Yes, sir.
What about weather right now? You know, I drove in at about 5:15 this morning here in St. Pete, and I had some pretty heavy rain already, and this is not even the real stuff. What kind of weather conditions are you facing right now on I-75?
Oh, it's definitely coming down. You got to be careful on the sides of the roads. There are some big puddles, especially up around the MLK exit 260 there. A lot of big puddles on the roads already.
Yeah, a lot of big puddles. Listen, right now, I just checked the cameras on the Interstate 75. You should have smooth sailing. Yesterday at this time, there was bumper-to-bumper traffic leaving Wesley Chapel, then getting around Ocala. But right now, it's smooth driving, just wet driving. So please be careful and watch your speed, Jay.
Jay, thanks for checking in. Opens the line, 800-990-1047, 800-990-1047. Andy is, Fester, you're holding up your phone.
I got a text message from Officer Rico from the Bel Air Police Department.
Yep.
If you're out in Bel Air and you're looking for gas, there's fuel at the Rebel Mobile Station on Walsingham Road and Indian Rocks Road, which is, in Pinellas County, closer to the shore. So if you're in that area and you're standing and you need some gas, according to Officer Rico from Bel Air PD, thank you very much.
Well, if you're in that area, you're in an evacuation A zone, or is that you're certainly in an A or a B zone.
You might want to be gone
and
already.
Yeah, fill up your tank and get the hell out of there is what I would do. Thank you, Officer. Who was it, Officer?
Rico,
thank you.
Bel Air PD.
Appreciate it, my friend. Let's grab Andy in Riverview. Andy, hi, you're on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. Welcome.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
We're doing well. What do you have?
I'm driving from Riverview to actually go east to get out of, because I see it's a Cat 4 now. I woke up this morning to see. And there's gas available on 301 in Big Bend at the Wawa.
Right.
And there's also, as I'm moving east, there's a Wawa that's on Bloomingdale and Lithia Pinecrest, and they're open and they have gas also.
What do the lines look like at the stations that you're seeing?
There's none. There's a couple cars. It's good to see that tree service companies are out. So they're already getting ready to get out and do what they have to do. So
well, it's my understanding, and I'm going to put in a message to Jane Castor, the mayor of Tampa. It's my understanding that the debris crews in Tampa, they worked up until early evening, and then they were supposed to pick up again at 3 o'clock this morning. And it's my understanding that Tampa debris, and they're going to pick up as much as they can. The fact is that after Helene and all of the flood damage, all the storm surge damage, all of the materials and furniture and all of the innards of people's houses that are out at the curb, that was going to take weeks to pick up. Wasn't going to be picked up in days, and then suddenly we have another hurricane headed our way.
Yeah, the plan was to pick it up over the course of a couple of months.
Oh, yeah. Listen, even a month or so.
Right.
But it is my understanding that Tampa is doing pickup of debris starting at 3 a.m. this morning, and they're expecting to pick up debris until 3 o'clock this afternoon. And they might push that even further if conditions warrant. So I'll send a message to the mayor and get the message. Let's see. All right. So let me send a message. Go fast. Talk for a second.
No, listen. The debris pickup. It's one of the biggest things that's on my mind with this storm coming in, especially down in Sarasota. I mean, MJ, we might still have debris piles from Debbie. And then Helene a couple of weeks ago that rolled through that area. As we're talking about the storm coming near the airport in Sarasota, I'm thinking about the debris piles that are further south in those counties.
Yeah, I don't know if Debbie really gave us, Debbie gave us some rain, but no, I don't think we had any debris piles from Debbie.
What was the flooding? What was the one that flooded all the neighborhoods?
Helene.
Okay.
Yeah, Debbie was that wasn't Debbie, it was Helene. Yeah. Yeah, Debbie was a rain event, but Helene was just,
that's the one that
week ago.
Flooded all the Sarasota neighborhoods.
Well, Froggy's house in Baycrest. That's Helene.
But he lives on the water.
Right. Oh.
I'm talking about.
Okay.
Remember all the houses in Sarasota?
Yeah. Oh. I'm sorry. I'm texting for 5 different people here.
Yeah.
All right. So Debbie.
Where people were beside themselves. They live in a community 5 miles inland.
My apologies. You're correct that you had extensive rain that caused, yes, flooding down in Manatee and Sarasota. Yes.
Yes. So I'm worried about those piles and see if that clean those people who spent the time rebuilding their house just to have Milton come visit.
Unfreaking believable. All right, 7:58 at the MJ Morning Show. Back to phones. Mark in Brooksville says that he witnessed something really stupid at a gas station. Mark, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Welcome.
Thank you. I listen when I can.
Well, thank you, Mark. Go ahead.
Anyway, there is fuel at the Walmart on Broad Street in Brooksville, but please tell these people do not fill up their 5-gallon gas cans or whatever in the back seat of their car. That's a quick way to blow something up. Yeah.
Oh, my! You saw somebody with a gas can in the back seat of the car, and they're stretching the gas nozzle into the car to fill it up?
Oh, yeah.
Well, not to mention that a lot of times you get a little bit of overflow, or if you have the strainer inside, you don't always get the if you take all that crap out and you don't have the filter or the strainer, but a lot of times it'll bubble up and get gas in your. That is stupid. Did you say something to the person?
I said something to the manager, and the lady pulled out of the parking lot. She made it about, 30 feet, and that gas started splashing around in the back of her car.
Oh, my God.
No.
And I'm just like, I hope she's not a smoker.
Holy. Hey, do you remember seeing, Fester, some of those videos? Like some lady was filling up like trash bags with gasoline. Do you remember that?
Yes.
In her trunk?
Every hurricane season, that old video seems to come around of a woman filling up like a Publix carryout bag full of gas and tying it up. So, MJ, there's a whole generation, and Mark's kind of talking to us. I bet you there's a whole generation of people that have no idea how to fill up a gas can.
Yeah, first of all, you don't leave it in your car. You don't even leave a gas can in the back of a pickup truck bed. You always take the gas can out and you put it on the ground at the gas station because you want to discharge any static as well. So always take it out of your vehicle. You put it on the ground. And again, don't grab that nozzle and squeeze it all the way. Go ahead and just kind of feather it so you can get a feel for flow, and then watch that fill line and just hit the fill line. Don't go above so it doesn't splash all. You're like, oh, let me just get another couple of ounces in here. Oh, my God. No, just resist that urge and just fill your gas to the fill line in the gas can, and don't fill it in your car. Mark, that is a great call. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Opens up a line. 800-990-1047. 800-990-1047. Awaiting Sheriff Chad Chronister at any moment here. And also, okay, here's Chad. All right, so Chad Chronister should be phoning in. Grady Judd will be phoning in a moment. Good morning. Is this Sheriff Chronister?
Good morning, MJ.
Good morning, Sheriff Chad Chronister, Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. All right, what is the state of Hillsborough County right now?
I got to tell you what, I'm happy. A lot of people have heeded the warning. I've seen the long lines at grocery stores, convenience stores, gas stations. The hotels here in Hillsborough County are sold out. People heeded the warning and got out. I'm a happy guy. We're getting to the point now that we're in our 11th hour. If you're going to go somewhere, the time to go is now. Wherever you're at, we're getting real close here after lunch sometime to wherever you're at. It's time to shelter in place.
Yeah, the timing, we're looking for tropical storm force winds at 2, 3, 4 o'clock today, 8 o'clock tonight, 7, 8 o'clock. You're looking at 58 to 73 potentially. Midnight through 7 a.m. is going to be the worst of it. The storm has gotten a little bit later, and the maximum impacts are expected around 2 to 3 o'clock this morning. But, Sheriff, the concern is, where is this thing actually going to roll? For Hillsborough and Pinellas, if it does stay south in Manatee County, it does reduce the storm surge risk for Tampa Bay and the Pinellas beaches. But at this point, everybody, Sheriff, should really consider everything still on the table because we've seen these storms wobble at the last minute.
You're exactly right, and wobble's the key word. It goes a couple miles north, a couple miles south. It affects storm surge, but we're going to get these winds, and we're going to get some serious winds. What I'm most concerned with is the water. we're going to get a lot of flooding. We're going to get flash flooding. They're calling for a foot of rain. Even if we're on the north side, is where most of this rain is being contained. That we don't have room for that rain, right? You live in South Tampa where I do. We don't have room at Dana Shores and south end of the county. We don't have room for this rain. Our drainage system, our sewage systems are at capacity, and now we're getting a foot of rain. Again, I know some trees will fall, people will be without power, and that's an inconvenience and uncomfortable. I get that. But I'm talking about survivability. That's what I'm worried about with the flash flooding.
We had Greg D on from ABC Action News a little while ago. Dennis Phillips will join us live right around 8:30, ladies and gentlemen. Stand by for that. But Greg D just a little while ago was talking about some modeling that for Pinellas, Pasco, and even potentially Hillsborough, some of the models, Sheriff, for rain are now going as high as 16 to 20 inches.
Yeah, you don't survive that. You take a snowplow and go out in the water and just push that 18 feet of water on shore. How do you survive that?
Right. Oh, not
surge.
Not surge. But rainfall. Some of the models.
18 inches. A foot and a half.
Yeah. So some of the models are showing 16 to 20 inches of rainfall. But again, the surge, Sheriff, is the scariest thing for me. And I'm on Tampa Bay and South Tampa, as you know, and even though the track was shooting south, which would minimize the surge, I'm still planning for a 12-foot surge in Tampa Bay.
I agree, and thank goodness my heart dropped when you say that, because I'm like, did something switch about the storm surge?
Yeah.
But you're exactly right. If it's 5 inches, 10 inches, 12 inches, 18 inches of rain, MJ, where's that water going?
Yeah, all the ponds are full.
It has nowhere to go.
The ponds are full. The
retention pond, absolutely.
They're all already at max capacity.
Yeah, so just to reiterate, some of the models are showing Pinellas, Pasco, and even possibly Hillsborough. Hillsborough, they're saying maybe 12 inches of rain, as the sheriff just said. But now some of the models are showing 16 inches to 20 inches of rain, particularly Pinellas, northern Pinellas, and Pasco. But then again, the surge is the wild card. And I just want everyone to know, no one's out of the woods here. We have to prepare that this is going to directly impact any of us. We saw, Sheriff, listen, Charlie was headed right our way. In 2004, right. Charlie was coming, and you were on the streets back then. 2004, you were a deputy, right?
Yes.
So, back in the day, Charlie was headed right toward Tampa Bay again, and then with 6 hours to go, made a turn into Charlotte Harbor, into Punta Gorda. And that's why you can't look at this modeling and say, oh, we're in the clear. Even if it does stay on the track and hit around the Sarasota airport in southern Manatee, even if it does, as the crow flies, it is too close for comfort for me for the mouth of Tampa Bay, Sheriff.
I agree. Listen, we're going to feel some type of catastrophic effects. It just, with this wobble, we don't know what they're going to be, right? And that's the unknown. And that's why you have to prepare for the worst and pray for the best. And that's the worst part here. It's still too much uncertainty, and that's why they call it the cone of uncertainty. So we have to be prepared. All
right, quickly, I know you got to roll. For the most part, have people in Hillsborough County been behaved?
They have. I checked this morning. Our jail population's way down. The arrests are way down. So far, way down. I remember the last storm where people thought it was, I guess, a in vogue thing to do to have hurricane parties and then drive home. So Can you imagine we're doing impaired driving investigations on top of everything else that we had to do? One was even a serious accident. I mean, listen, I get it. You have to make the best of the situation, but please be responsible. Be a good human being. Be a good partner.
Sheriff Chad Chronister, Hillsborough County Sheriff. Sheriff, thank you. We'll talk to you soon. Stay safe.
Thank you. You too.
All right. Grady Judd should be on the phone in any moment.
Okay.
Grady Judd is set for 8:08, and we're just 20 seconds away from 8:08. So watching the hotline for Sheriff Grady Judd to phone in. And again, with the previous events, you were talking about Debbie and the rainfall, and then, of course, we just had Helene. Right. Minimal impacts for Polk County. But this has the opportunity to have a Category 1 over the entire stretch of Polk County. And we want to get the perspective of Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd and what his teams, what his resources are doing, their deployment, to find out what they're expecting in Polk County. Because, Fester, you had said that you believe that Polk County is one of the highest densities of manufactured homes in the state.
A high density of manufactured homes and a very high percentage nationally of where people are moving to. There's a lot of new construction in Polk County, especially on the eastern side of it, and a lot of people there don't know what to expect. This is their first storm. This is the first time they've seen the track, and their county is in it. People coming from the north don't know how to process or understand these kind of hurricanes. So I'm just concerned about what Polk County has going on.
Right. All right, I'm going to call the sheriff now. He was having trouble getting in on our line. See if we can get the Sheriff Judd on right now.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic.
Yeah. Let me try. So I don't know what's going on. Chad Chronister was able to phone in, but
you know what?
Yeah,
MJ, call him on your cell phone and hold it up to the. I mean, it's as clear as our phone line. If I'm being honest with you.
Yeah, hang on a minute. Let me give him one more opportunity again, folks.
It's live radio. Listen, we're doing it as we can.
Yeah, hang on a minute. Let me try him one more time. 86. Hang on a minute. Let me do it again.
And apparently it's MJ's first day working a phone as well. I mean, you wouldn't think the guy's made 10 million phone calls in his life the way he's calling.
My chubby, nubby fingers, I'm hitting a 9 instead of a 6.
Good morning.
All right, here we go. I don't know what's going on with the phones. Sheriff Grady Judd.
Good morning.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thanks for your patience this morning. We just got off the phone with your counterpart, Chad Chronister, over here in Hillsborough side. Sheriff, Polk County, where are you? Your emergency operations. What do the people of Polk? We just lost the sheriff.
You know what? He actually said hello a couple of times. He never really acknowledged that we were on the other line.
All right, hold on a minute. Let me.
And I'll tell you
try
what.
Again.
If Grady can't hear you after 2 hellos, you're getting the click.
All right, let me try one more time.
All right.
Yeah. I think the phones are working okay. Just kind of weird. Let's see if Sheriff can hear us now.
Good morning.
Good morning, Sheriff. Can you hear us?
I can hear you now.
All right, fantastic. I don't know what's going on. Listen, weather conditions, phone systems, all that. We just got off the phone with Sheriff Chronister in Hillsborough County. Sheriff, can you give us expectations and what the planning is and what all of your deputies are doing in Polk County? Because it looks like you might have a Category 1 at least rolling through your entire county.
That's exactly right. The latest prediction shows that the hurricane's going to hit us in the southwest corner and exit the northeast corner. In Polk County vernacular, we're fixing to get our butt kicked by Milton. But we're prepared. We've given out the proper warnings for our folks in our low-lying areas, and there are a lot of those, as well as our community to prepare themselves and remind them they're all first responders. Just as soon as this storm's over with, we want our communities to go out into their streets with their neighbors, start clearing the roads. We're going to have push teams out to clear the roads so we can start commerce and emergency services rolling again. We've been here before. We'll do well.
Well, I remember, 2004 when we had, 4 storms intersect at a corner in Polk County?
Yeah, well, there was 3 of them, and we had 3 hurricanes.
Yeah, 3.
The eye of 3 hurricanes came through this county in 9 weeks. And we had not had a hurricane eye come through this county back to 1961. And we had 3 in 2004.
Yeah.
But we've got 100,000 new people in this county in the last 4 years that have never experienced a hurricane. Well, we're going to change all that with Milton coming through.
And again, you said at the early part of the phone call, Sheriff, we're on with Sheriff Grady Judd, Polk County, that this has the potential to drag from one corner diagonally straight across your entire county. What message do you give to people in mobile homes and manufactured homes?
We have been telling them to go to our shelters, and it's not too late. The tropical storm winds are not going to be here until this evening. We still have a lot of vacancies in our shelters, and we are telling people, go get help in shelters. Because if you stay in your home, when the high winds and the rain and the breaking trees scare you tonight, we're not doing high water rescues during a hurricane. You're there all by yourself until the hurricane's over. So do us all a favor and evacuate. You still have time today. But don't bother calling tonight when the storm starts and you get scared, because we're not coming there to get you out of your mobile home or out of your water-filled area in the middle of a hurricane.
There is ample time now. We have plenty of time to evacuate and get safe now. And again, those that are saying, I'll ride it out, and then, 1, 2 o'clock this morning, oh, my God, help me, resources are not going to be able to get to you. Sheriff, how many sworn deputies on the streets in Polk?
Well, we have 1,100 deputies.
Wow.
We won't have them all out at once.
Yep.
But we will have we'll have full shift schedule, and depending on damage, go to what we call an 8 rotation and double.
Yeah.
So there will be as many as 400 or 500 out at a time.
Sheriff, have you been in touch with Governor DeSantis, and what about National Guard assistance for Polk County?
We have our EOC that we're an active part of. We'll ask for assistance if we need it. We'll have enough short-term assistance. If we have huge damage, then we'll receive assistance from not only the National Guard, but other law enforcement agencies. But understand, there's going to be a lot of people really hurt. There's going to be a lot of storm surge, and that's going to be devastating, as everyone well knows, to the coastline, depending on where the hurricane hits.
Yeah, again, the worst, Sheriff, as you know, the worst surge is south of landfall. And, the track moving further south with the afternoon updates yesterday put it near the Sarasota-Manatee line. I don't know if you heard, but with the 5 o'clock advisory, they were nudging it a little further north, still Manatee County at this point, which could be of help to Tampa Bay. But again, no one can let their guard down on this. You have to plan like it is going to wobble. We've seen these wobbles in the past, and no one can say, oh, we're in the clear, we're out of the woods. We all have to prepare like it's going to be smacking us because of the margin of error and the potential for wobbles.
Yes, and keep this in mind. If you were around in 2004, Hurricane Charlie was going into Tampa Bay.
Yep.
And at the last second, it cut over, went into Charlotte County and up through Polk County, the east side of the county. What I'm telling you is, you may think, woohoo, we've missed it. It's going to go south. And at the last moment, it cuts in and catches you dead center. So everyone needs to prepare and pray and then help each other out. Because at the end of the day, this storm is going to hurt a lot of people in Florida somewhere. And if you let your guard down or you're in denial, shame on you. We need everyone to take this as serious as you've ever taken anything in your life.
Sheriff, I'm going to tell you right now, right after Charlie, and you're 100% right, 6 hours before it was supposed to smack into Tampa Bay, Charlie took that hook into Charlotte Harbor and Punta Gorda, and I saw firsthand from the sky. I went out for a couple of hours. Phil, who was the news director at Fox 13 back in the day, back in 2004, good relationship with Phil, not as much with the new news director, but Phil said, MJ, come up in the chopper. So Randy was the Fox 13 chopper pilot back then, and I went up with it might have been Warren Ellie, one of the reporters, and I went up in the Fox 13 chopper 2 days after Charlie. We hightailed it right down to Charlotte Harbor. Actually, the first thing I saw was we were over I-75 in Port Charlotte, and there's a fire station right off of I-75. The entire red roof, it was red or green, the entire roof of that fire station used to be attached to the fire station on the east side of I-75. The entire roof of that fire station was blown off on the west side, a couple of 100 yards on the other side of I-75. Then we hit Charlotte Harbor, and we cruise along Charlotte Harbor. I'm at about 300 feet. Surveying the damage. Then we cruised around Punta Gorda and just, looking at roofs ripped off, looking at the people's houses and the bedrooms and the dressers and the lamps. And, it's like a dollhouse. Everything's ripped off. Then we headed up toward Wauchula. And one of the water towers in Wauchula was knocked over. Then we headed up through your county, through Polk. And those devastating images that my eyes saw after Charlie will never leave, Sheriff.
Charlie was like having a Cat 2 tornado 2 miles wide, not counting the rest of the hurricane destruction. It annihilated everything in its path, and it was a major, major disaster. And we have to think of every hurricane as a major, major disaster. Those that are in denial, they're going to reap what they sow whenever this hurricane comes if they've not appropriately prepared. So at the end of the day, we're going to do our best to help you, but we can't keep you from the storm. Mother Nature is in total charge of this, and we can only help after the fact. So please take it serious, and we'll all work together. We're resilient. Our people in Florida, in Polk County, are resilient. We will work together and get this taken care of. And as I tell people in Polk County, listen, don't wait for the government to come get the tree out of your street. Get with your buddies, get a chainsaw, and go get it out of your street yourself. We're going to have damage all over this county, and we're going to the worst first. And it may be days before we can get to you, or weeks, depending on the damage. So at the end of the day, you have to be first responders for your neighborhood and your community.
So get chainsaws, get a gang together, cut trees, unblock roads, but of course be careful of down power lines, obviously. But again, the citizens of every county affected can do a lot to assist themselves, their neighbors, and the community. Sheriff Grady Judd, Polk County, I wish you and your residents the best, but you could have a corner-to-corner run with a Category 1 with this event early tomorrow morning. So, Sheriff, we wish you the best, and we'll talk to you on the other side.
Thank you, MJ. And remember, every power line on the ground, act like it's alive, because it may be.
100%. Thank you, Sheriff.
Take care, my friend.
You too. All right, Sheriff Grady Judd. So we had Chad Cronister on, and then followed by Grady Judd. And listen,
every county has their hands full.
Yeah, everywhere.
There's something different happening in every county, whether it be maybe the Manatee, Sarasota area where the storm's expected to reach land, or whether it's the heavy raining in Pasco or northern Hillsborough. Every county has something going on, man.
Right. Let me send a note to Dennis and just have Dennis buzz us as soon as ready. Call. All right, let me just get.
What happened to talk to text? We have to listen to you hammer out a type?
Yeah, I just.
Come on, man.
Well, because, sometimes with talk to text, I'll say, as soon as you're ready, and then it'll turn into, hey, what restaurant has the best spaghetti?
He answers you.
Yeah, with all the spaghetti models, I guess that would be pretty fitting. All right, 800-990-1047 gets you in. 800-990-1047. Lots of calls holding. Where is their gas? Because people are still going to evacuate. There still is time. The roads appear to be in really good shape without a lot of traffic jamming right now. And, while ideally authorities would have liked you have already evacuated the evacuation zones, which, let me go over the evacuation zones again. I think it's important. Let me grab a couple of calls here. Observations, gas alerts where there is gas right now. A lot of the stations are just boarded up. A lot of the gas stations.
Yeah, they shut it down already.
The pumps are wrapped in saran wrap and all kinds of crap. Yellow police tape and red and yellow bags over the nozzles. but there are gas stations that are open. Any observations, any reports on where you can get gas? If you've got any questions about preparation, if you have evacuated to a shelter and you're listening to us on a radio in a shelter right now, 800-990-1047 gets you on. 800-990-1047. Dennis Phillips is set to join us a little after 8:30. So Dennis Phillips live on the MJ Morning Show in minutes. Chief meteorologist at ABC Action News, Channel 28. Let me grab Albert in Brandon. Albert, hi, you're on the MJ Morning Show on 104.7 FM Q105. Hey.
Hey, good morning, MJ.
Morning.
Chester. Just letting you guys know there is gas available on South St. Cloud and State Road 60 in the Brandon area as of about 30 minutes ago. It was about a 10-minute wait for the line, but they were moving fairly good.
Did they have employees directing the line for an orderly fill?
No, they did not. Pretty much everybody was just being patient and going through as pumps opened.
That's nice. Appreciate the call. So it sounds like orderly and nice. And most people are behaving well. But I'll tell you what, I saw some total ass clown drivers. We were bringing some stuff to our evacuation hotel, about 3 miles from the house. And we were bringing some stuff over. And I'm on Dale Mabry and Kennedy, and I'm watching people just run red lights at full speed. Like we have a hurricane warning, and we're in an emergency mode. And what that means that traffic laws don't apply. And we saw, and Chloe was with me, and she's like, "Oh my God!" I mean, 2 cars just in both directions. One going north on Dale Mabry, then one coming west on Kennedy, across, and just running full-blown red lights. It's like, what are you doing?
Did you try to initiate a citizen's...
No, stop it.
Stop?
Stop. No. But listen, the bottom line is traffic laws are not suspended. No. But some people turn into maniacs that, you have a weather emergency, and they think that, suddenly the speed limit and red lights don't apply.
Listen.
Hello?
The anxiety that's in the community right now is as high as it's ever been.
Right. And listen, but that's you making an excuse for red light runners?
I will tell you this, the 35 seconds I spend at this red light might be the last 3 drops of gas at this gas station, and they're trying to get someplace as quick as they. It's not acceptable. Dude. It's not acceptable. But I'm telling you what these crazy people are thinking.
Don't make any justification. And listen, that is another angle. And I wrote this down. People are nervous.
Nervous is the lightest word I've heard yet.
If you have severe anxiety, call us up. Let's talk it out. I mean, where are you? And what about your kids? Kids got to be, in a fragile state. I don't know what Roxanne had to do. We got a message. What did Roxanne's message say?
She said, listen, she has some family stuff to do this morning. I know her anxiety.
What do they have? They have a princess dress party? What's going on?
I think they are.
So Roxanne texted us, hey, I won't be in tomorrow. I got some family stuff to do.
Listen,
okay.
Let her take her time. It's okay.
All right. So phones are open. Let's go back. 800-990-1047. That gets you on. We wish Roxanne the best of luck. Hopefully things are okay with her family. I'm sure her kids are nervous. That's one of the things I wanted to talk to her about this morning was how her kids are dealing with this. She's got a 4-year-old and a 7-year-old, and this is nerve-wracking for the kids. Especially, pack a suitcase, take what's important to you. We're evacuating to a hotel room or to a shelter, and this has an effect on our kids as well. And pets are freaking out because suddenly things are out of whack and not in the norm. And pets sense that.
Yeah, they know.
Our dogs, our 2 Jack Russell Terriers, they know something's up because they're nervous as hell. All right, 800-990-1047 gets you on. 800-990-1047 gets you on the MJ Morning Show. Dennis Phillips on the way in minutes. Back to your calls. Let me grab Marcus in Land O'Lakes. Marcus, hi, you're on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. Welcome.
Hey, good morning, MJ. Just wanted to call in and let you guys know that if people download the Gas Buddy app, yesterday they had a filter metric in the search where you could click on sort stations by has gas. But I just downloaded the app today, and they have taken it one step further. At the top of the search, there's little icons that say no power, no gas, no diesel. And then as you go down the list, like the icon for the 7-Eleven at 18902 Del Mabry, there's a no gas icon there. So it makes it very easy.
Yeah, they're doing everything they can to keep that app updated. It's been around for a while, but it's a handy tool to have at times like this.
Listen, I like Gas Buddy. That's Patrick DeHaan, right?
Yeah.
Gas Buddy.
Yep.
You know, we've had him on the show. I like Gas Buddy a lot, and usually Gas Buddy's very accurate. I did hear that some people said that Gas Buddy said a place had gas and it was out of gas, but that could have just happened. But listen, check out Gas Buddy as a resource. Thank you very much, Marcus. Thanks for the phone call. John is in Newport Richey. John, hi. You're on the MJ Morning Show on Q105.
Hey, guys. I just filled up at the Murphy gas station by Walmart, 19 and Ridge Road. Talked to the attendant. They have 4,000 gallons of fuel, and they're closing at 10 in the morning.
Repeat that. They're closing at 10:30?
10 a.m.
10 a.m. So you got an hour and a half. So that is a gas station. What?
Newport Richey.
But what type of station was it?
Murphy.
All right, so Murphy Oil.
Walmart.
Yeah. All right, so Murphy Oil at US 19 and Ridge Road in Newport Richey. You can get gas there until 10 a.m.
Yeah, so if you're in Western Pasco, that's the place to hit it.
All right, and listen, that side, the western side of US 19, and the evacuation zones that are being evacuated, get your gas and get out if you need it. Thanks for the call. Hey, speaking of the evacuation zones, let me just give these again. Then we'll go back to phone calls. We're waiting for Dennis Phillips, who will call us the minute he is clear. So Dennis Phillips is imminent. Let me see. All right. Let me just respond to Dennis. Understand. He says he's just slammed. He is calling us, though. We'll take what we can get.
Yes.
You tell us when you need to go.
Well, this is about the most accommodating I've ever seen MJ. I'll tell you that much.
So Dennis will call us momentarily.
As soon as he can.
Yeah. And
he'll stay for as long as he can. That's the best thing about Dennis. It's not like, I know Greg is live on the air when we're talking to him, so he only has like 2-minute windows. But Dennis, he's like, all right, I'm here. Let's go.
Sometimes Dennis will say, hey, listen, I only have 5 minutes. And then 34 minutes later, he's still on the phone with us. So, I don't know. But listen, I want to be very respectful of his time.
We're not going to stop him, though.
And very respectful for, what his time window is. All right, let me just grab here quickly, again, the evacuation
orders?
Yeah. So, again, let me give you the evacuation orders for Hillsborough County, zones A and B, and all mobile and manufactured homes.
Shouldn't this be stuff you already know?
Yes.
I mean, anybody tuning into the radio at 8:30 in the morning on Storm Day, what?
Absolutely. Now, again, the timing, we're going to have the tropical storm force winds begin later this afternoon, 2, 3, 4 o'clock. They'll get heavier at 7 to 8. And then, the main event, we're looking at, it's been pushed back a little bit. 2 to 3 a.m. is projected landfall.
I got to say, I hate a night storm.
Yeah, and it seems we just get mostly these night storms, the crap that goes bump in the night, and this can go, big bump in the night. So 2 to 3 a.m. projected landfall. But again, the question, right now the track seems to be around the airport in Manatee County at Sarasota Airport. That seems to be the rough track in the southern part of Manatee. But it's way too close to the mouth of Tampa Bay. Will it jog further north? Will it wobble again further south as it did yesterday? No one drop your guard. All right, so Hillsborough County evacuation zones A and B and all mobile and manufactured homes. Manatee County levels A, B, and C must evacuate, mandatory, and all RV or mobile homes for Manatee County evacuate. In Pasco County, zones A, B, and C, mandatory evacuation orders and all mobile and manufactured homes for Pasco County. In Pinellas County, Evacuation orders are zones A, B, and C. And again, all mobile and manufactured homes, regardless of where you are. And that's a big undertaking for evacuating zones A, B, and C in Pinellas County, which has the densest population in the state.
Yes.
In Pinellas County. Then Sarasota County evacuation orders zones A, B, and C, and all manufactured and boat homes. It always seems you got someone's going to ride it out in the water.
Bad idea.
Really bad idea.
Really, really bad idea.
Get off your freaking boat and get to a safe spot. So Sarasota zones A, B, and C and all manufactured and boat homes. And then Hernando County evacuation orders all areas west of US 19 in Hernando and all manufactured homes. Those are the latest evacuation orders. And Fester's right, you should have a clear snapshot of your evacuation orders in your county. I'm in Hillsborough County. I live in a Zone A. We're right on Tampa Bay. Michelle and I are going to do final prep at the house. We have a hotel room in a C zone, C for Charlie, and our plan is to get to that later this afternoon.
Did you get a hotel with a breakfast?
I have no idea. Why don't you tell me? You probably, if it does, you probably copped the free one there before.
I may come
pretending to be a guest.
I may come by mid-storm tomorrow.
Yeah, great. Yeah, for the continental breakfast.
I love muffins.
Yeah, the Otis Spunkmeyer in a plastic wrapper.
Dude, I stayed at a Fairfield Inn last weekend. They had the Otis Spunkmeyers. Those are no joke, man.
Yeah.
Those are pretty good.
Yeah, they are. Otis Spunkmeyer. Yeah.
What a name.
800-990-1047. 800-990-1047. Some of the projections are, they were looking at a Category 3 at landfall now. The projections are up to a Category 4 and 130 miles an hour at landfall, roughly 2 to 3 o'clock tomorrow morning. So a middle of the night storm. Back to your calls. We're awaiting Dennis Phillips. I'm eyeing the flashing white light here. So Dennis Phillips, ABC Action News, will call us the minute he is available. Back to your calls. Todd in St. Pete. Todd, you're on the MJ Morning Show on Q105, 104.7 FM. Welcome.
Good morning, MJ.
Yes.
Yes, I'm not originally from Florida. I'm from Detroit, Michigan, and I've never been through a hurricane like this, man. Never in my life. And I'm not scared. I'm ready to go out and party in the hurrine.
All right. That's crazy talk.
Scared.
All right. I think you're being facetious. But, Todd, where are you in Pinellas County?
I'm in St. Pete.
All right, but where in St. Pete?
I am in Seminole Heights.
Well, maybe Seminole.
So if you're in St. Pete, closer to Seminole, kind of near the Bay Pines area, you're going to get a lot of wind, Todd.
Yeah.
And listen, you want to stick your head outside for a couple seconds to see the wind, that's one thing. But you're not going to want to be partying in the street.
Yeah. How about you don't even stick your head out the window? Hey, hey, Todd, what evacuation zone are you in?
There's no evacuation zone for us at all. I checked yesterday.
So wait a minute. So you're saying that you're not in an A, B, or C?
No, sir.
All right.
If you're in St. Pete near Seminole.
Yeah, can you bring up the map?
I'm going to pull up the map. You may want to check that.
I am at, 22nd Avenue and 34th Street.
All right, so you're nowhere near Seminole. Okay, maybe you are a little more inland. And St. Pete has a large non-evacuation zone right in the middle.
Right in the middle of the damn thing.
Listen, Todd, welcome to Tampa from Detroit.
And don't go out in the middle of this thing. Don't be a knucklehead. All right.
You'll want to take this seriously. Stay inside your house.
All right. 800-990-1047 gets you on. That just opened up the knucklehead line. 800-990-1047. Awaiting Dennis Phillips from ABC Action News at any moment. Let me just check my text. I think he knows to call us. All right. Let me grab. He's going to call us the minute he's free. Should be any moment now.
We have Nilda?
Yeah, let's grab Nilda in Tampa. Hello, waltzing Nilda. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Yeah, good morning.
First of all,
hang on a minute. Dennis is calling in right now.
Sorry, Nilda.
Hang on. I'll come right back to you. Dennis Phillips, ABC Action News chief meteorologist. Dennis, welcome back to the MJ Morning Show.
Hey, guys. How goes it?
And, Dennis, we're respectful for your time. You just tell us when you need to go.
Will do.
But sometimes you tell me 5 minutes and you stay on for 30. So, listen.
Yeah, that kind of works that way.
All right. Whenever you need to go, you just let us know. Dennis, I need the state of the storm right now, and what do you expect?
So winds are down to 155. It's crazy to even say that we're saying winds are down to 155. I mean, over the last, 24, 36 hours, we've talked about this storm that was at 180 miles an hour weakening potentially to a Cat 3 or a Cat 4. And it's surreal to me that we're using the word weakening when we're talking about a storm weakening to a 3 or a 4. When if we had come up to somebody 2 weeks ago and said, we're going to get a Cat 3 or 4 coming to our area, you'd look at me like this is the worst storm ever, and how could it be weak? I mean, so it's not even the right word choice, but it is getting a little weaker, and that'll continue right on through landfall. But overall, you're still talking about a major hurricane with direct impacts on our area. I mean, that streak of 103 years since a major hurricane has hit the Bay Area directly is going to end today.
All right, so are we still looking for that southerly track? I know the 5 a.m. nudged it a little further north after we started to see the southerly shift yesterday. What is the best guess right now?
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you, I posted this on my Facebook page, and there's a couple of models out there in terms of water. At this point, I literally often say you throw the models out the window and you look out the window. We changed the forecasting from looking at the models to nowcasting. And nowcasting is pretty much just looking at the radar like you guys are, like everybody is at home, and seeing if we're going to have any of those wobbles and turns. Because at this point, the models are practically meaningless. I mean, they're not going to be able to differentiate a 2 or 3 mile difference in a track. And that's literally what we're doing. So at this point, the best guess is still Manatee County, northern to central Manatee County. If there were no more additional wobbles, there usually are. And as we've been saying for a while, those wobbles usually are to the right. They typically are. So if you see a wobble, you might expect it to be a little bit more east than west, but the overall track still has to do its thing, So the models are, yes, they are still saying northern to central Manatee County. If that would be the case, then the heaviest surge would be south of that point, which would be southern Manatee, Sarasota, Siesta Key, all the way down to Fort Myers. But
so even if it pushes a little further north and it is north to central Manatee, that takes still, even though it's nudging closer to the mouth of Tampa Bay, it still takes the major surge impact out of Tampa Bay?
Yeah. I mean, it's just think of it as a top.
Yeah.
You have that spinning thing. And if you're looking at that top as it's going around, if it's to the north side of that top, those winds are going to be blowing offshore.
Because, Dennis, I'm going to tell you right now that I don't know if you agree with me. I'll take 130 mile an hour gusts at my house over a 15-foot storm surge any day of the week.
Yeah, the surge is obviously where most of the devastation occurs. And, I called the Weather Service at about 3 a.m. this morning, obviously been up all night. And there's a lot of conflicting information out there, and it's really challenging for folks at home to find out what's really going on with the surge. And let me explain why briefly. So the NHC has its own area on its website, the Hurricane Center, that you click on, and it gives you the storm surge map. That storm surge map shows worst case scenario. And I literally was talking to a meteorologist tonight or this morning for 20 minutes about this, because it isn't necessarily an accurate representation of what that track is doing right now. It is a worst case scenario to let people know the worst that it could possibly be. Now, I get why we're doing that. I mean, I understand why the NHC does that, because they don't want anybody to say, I didn't know it could be this bad.
But Dennis, look at Helene. We got close to the worst case. In South Tampa, it was 8 to 12. We had 7 feet in South Tampa.
We did. We absolutely did. But the worst case scenario with this storm would be a track in Pasco County. And those numbers that you're looking at are giving the absolute worst case scenario of what could happen, even if that means a track shift. That's the difference. When you look on the CERA site, when you look on, and I've got that posted on my Facebook page, the link to it. It's CERA. I think it's just CERA.com, but it is that map that you show there, and you can call it up right now and look at it, and you're going to see a vastly different forecast from their site than you are on the NHC, because what their site shows is surge actually based on the current track. Now, if that track changes, then that forecast would change. But that's the difference. When you're looking at the CERA site, you're looking at based on the current track, and it has the NHC track through north central Manatee County, and the worst of the surge is Sarasota County, down to Siesta Key, down to Fort Myers.
Now, your in-laws are in Siesta Key. What have they gotten the hell out?
Yeah, they have. It's just, I think we're going to look at this storm, and I think the surge, I think unless there's a change in track, we've seen it a million times, it can happen. But based on the current track, areas from Sarasota southward are going to get hit really hard. And again, I'll go back to this difference between the NHC and CERA. I understand why the Hurricane Center does what they do. They want people to know the worst possible situation, but it isn't based on the current track. It's based on a potential that if that track were to change, this is what would happen. And that's a real challenging thing, because if people go on that site, they're looking at it, they're saying, oh my God, I'm going to have a 10 or 15 foot surge in the bay. I mean, that's what people see. But that really, truly isn't the forecast based on the current track. If that track goes 40 miles to the north, yeah, it'll happen. But the current track, the worst of that surge, I'm telling you, is going to be along that line in south.
Listen, I just know Ian and what happened at Fort Myers Beach. Good friend of mine, Andrew, my home theater pal down in Sarasota. His brother was at Fort Myers Beach, and he had waves smashing into the windows on his second floor on the beach there. And that was like 15 feet of storm surge.
And that will happen where landfall occurs. Wherever landfall occurs, you're probably going to see that again. But right now, the forecast for that landfall is in north central and south central Manatee County.
All right, Dennis.
20, 30 miles.
Yeah.
20, 30 miles. That's the difference here.
And also I was speaking with your colleague Greg D, and Greg has been phenomenal, by the way. He's an absolute credit to your team. Greg D's already been on with us, 3 or 4 times since 6 a.m. this morning, and we were just discussing that if the track holds and it is around the Sarasota Bradenton Airport, around SRQ, mid to Southern County or even a little north. When we drive, when we get in our cars, and you're in Pinellas, I live in Hillsborough, we drive down to Bradenton, it seems like, man, it's a long time. It's an hour to get there. But as the crow flies, the distance from where we're talking about landfall to the mouth of Tampa Bay, it's uncomfortably close.
That's a perfect way to describe it. It's uncomfortably close. And if the track wobbles or shifts, you're talking 18 hours out, but 20 or 30 miles might be that big of a difference. You could literally see a surge of 3 to 5 feet current thinking, whereas it could be 8 to 10 feet if it goes 30 miles to the north. I really think the 10 to 15 numbers that we're talking about are reserved for the exact spot of landfall, where that eye is, and right to the east and south of that point, like you said with Ian, because that's what happened with Ian, and it happened with a lot of storms. But this is still a small storm so far. Hurricane winds are only extending 30 miles out. They have not gone up. It will. And the storm, as it's beginning to feel that impact of the shear, it's going to kind of expand it out a little bit. Surge really doesn't have anything to do with wind. It has everything to do with how big the storm is.
What is the upper level? What is the upper level shear projected to? Is there any chance that we get a gift and the upper level shear is greater or has a greater effect as it approaches?
No, I don't think so. I think the shear has been forecast pretty solid. We're looking at about 30 to 40 knots of shear, and that's significant. And it will weaken this storm. But, of course, the issue is, will it have time to weaken the storm if this thing just kind of comes in? and moves in and out pretty quickly. I don't think you're going to see a change in the intensity. I really don't. I think if there are any changes to this forecast, I mean, it's weakened a little bit. It's 155. It'll probably be down to 125 or 130 at landfall. That's kind of the number we're looking, which is 3, borderline 4. And there's been all this stuff on Facebook. Oh, it's now still forecast to be a Category 4 hurricane. Look, it's 1 mile an hour difference than a Category 3.
That's
so
squat.
Who cares?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, who cares?
So, Dennis, we were speaking to Greg earlier, and I'm sure you've seen this and talked to him about this, but some of the rainfall modeling for northern Pinellas, you're up in Palm Harbor, Pinellas, Pasco, there's some rainfall modeling that's putting it at 16 to 20 inches now.
Yeah, I've been saying this for 2 days. So when you look at this storm, when it comes in, it's going to look like it's cut in half. The bottom half, I would not be shocked if tonight, the bottom half of that storm, you could go outside and see stars while you still have 90-mile-an-hour winds. Wow. It's going to be sheared intensely by that point. But the northern half is where everything is going to be. Not necessarily the wind. It's still going to be windy in the southern half, but you're not going to have the rain. The rain is going to be focused on that northern eye wall and areas to the north. And I absolutely agree with that. I think you're going to see, rainfall 12, maybe 16 inches of rain in some spots. Now, the only positive about that would be in these areas, you would not have the surge that you're going to have with the rain. Because if you're north of the eye, right, if you're north of the eye, yeah, maybe you're going to get some heavier rain, but you won't get the surge that south of the eye will. So it's like the southern areas will get more surge, less rain. The northern areas will get more rain, less surge. Either way, you're kind of stuck both ways.
If you were to guess, and again, there are going to be varying effects across Tampa Bay area, but when we wake up Thursday morning and the storm is passing, or late Thursday morning, early Thursday afternoon, where do you think we're going to be going? Holy crap!
Such a tough call. I mean, current track, Manatee and Sarasota County. I think what you'll have is you'll have flooding pictures in the northern counties. I think the wind, and there's the answer. It depends what you're looking at. If you're looking at surge, it's going to be southern Manatee, Sarasota, all the way down to Siesta Key, based on the current track. This thing goes 30 miles north, we're going to be looking a lot closer to home on that. But current track, the wind damage will be highest right around the eye, where that eye comes ashore. I'm telling you, 5 to 7 miles is where most of that wind damage will be, right along it. You get out 15 miles from the center, you're going to have winds of 85, 90. There will be some trees down, certainly because of all the rain we've had. You're going to see some trees on houses. You're going to see that sort of stuff. But the kind of damage that we would look at, like you're saying, like, you got to be kidding me, holy cow, that's going to be reserved for right around the eye, which right now is more Manatee County.
We are, and basically where I am, I'm Beach Park area. My home is right on Tampa Bay. Even with the surge projections lessening yesterday, we didn't stop. We're still in full prep mode. Almost all of my doors are sandbagged. We're going to finish up later this morning when I get off the air. We've got about a foot of sandbags up on all of our French doors across the back, which only is 30 feet away, 35 feet away from my seawall. Right on Tampa Bay. And, I'm taking it up another foot or so. I'm not letting off the gas. I'm still preparing, Dennis, like we're going to have a worst-case surge scenario. And when, in fact, the sandbags are not going to do squat. Worst-case surge at my house, I've got 4 or 5 feet of water inside my house. But I'm trying to just, get a little insurance policy for, 6, 8, maybe up to a foot of water.
And that's the way to do it. I mean, that's the difference in the message from the Hurricane Center to the other site. They're giving you a worst-case scenario, and I think everybody knows the worst-case scenario with this storm. If you don't know what the worst-case scenario is with this, you've been living under a rock the last 3 or 4 days, because we've been saying it countless times, and we've been showing it countless times. Do I think everybody gets the worst-case scenario? No, I don't. I don't, because that worst-case scenario extends all the way up through Anclote and north of that. So if it goes more north, that worst case scenario would be Pinellas and Hillsborough, but our southern counties wouldn't get quite as much. So no, not everybody's going to get the worst, but everybody needed to know what it could be, and then that way they can decide what they're going to do, whether they're going to ride it out, whether they're going to evacuate, whatever the case may be. And that's the way you got to play it. But again, based on the current track, the worst will stay south of Tampa. If it goes 30 miles north, then we're talking something very different, and that absolutely could happen. But there's a lot of coulds, coulda, woulda, shoulda, whatever. I got to go with what we're looking at right now, and at this point, the modeling is almost useless.
All right, one last series for you here quickly. So, if it does stay on the track that we're looking at, and that central Manatee County, what are the maximum hurricane winds that could be felt? Let's say downtown Tampa, Carrollwood, Palm Harbor, Reddington Beach. What can we look at with the major population centers of Hillsborough and Pinellas as far as the strongest possible sustained winds and gusts?
Well, you went Tampa. If you get landfall down there, I would say Tampa's going to see gusts of about 100 miles an hour. Sustained, I think you're going to see 85.
Wow.
85 to 90. Again, after you get 5, 6, 7 miles away from the center, the numbers are going to drop down pretty significantly. You talk about Carrollwood, I would say 90 with sustained of maybe 75 to 80. You talk Palm Harbor, I would say sustained 75, gust to 90. I think most areas will see gusts between 80 and 90, some up to 100, closer to southwestern Hillsborough County and Manatee County, Apollo Beach, Riverview, those areas. Let's not forget inland areas either.
Yeah, and that was my second point, was we had Sheriff Grady Judd on about 40 minutes ago, and they are prepared for a Category 1 to begin in the southwestern corner of their county and exit at the northeast. I mean, drag the entire county with a Cat 1.
Yeah, it's 100% accurate. That's what's going to happen. They're going to see winds in Polk and Hardy and, maybe DeSoto as well. All of those, they're going to see 75 to 90 mile an hour winds. Yeah, because the storm will weaken, but it's still expected to be a Cat 1 hurricane even when it exits the state tomorrow. So, you've got a hurricane that's Cat 3-ish, 4 right on that level, major hurricane moving on shore. And it's not going to weaken that quickly where it's going to be down to tropical storm force winds. This is going to plow a path all the way from landfall right across. I mean, obviously it's going to be lesser inland areas, but this is the one, a lot of people have asked me, is this the big one? That's the term that New Orleans used for Katrina.
Yeah.
And you can argue absolutely positively that for part of the Bay Area, this will be every bit as bad as that. Yeah. I mean, when you're talking about a 10 to 15-foot surge at landfall, when you're talking about winds of 130 miles an hour, Katrina was a 3, by the way, when it made landfall. People forget, it was a 5. It was a beast in the Gulf. But by the time it made landfall, it was a 3. And all of that problem with Katrina, the majority of it was with water. And I'll say it again. The surge is the biggest issue. That is where most of your damage. Buddy of mine, who I used to work with, he's a meteorologist, really smart guy, used to live locally, works for a lot of insurance companies, works along with insurance companies for severe weather. He's up on Capitol Hill a lot. He's talked to the United Nations. The guy knows his stuff. I was talking to him yesterday, and I asked him, how does this compare in terms of damage potentially to Katrina? Because Katrina was the costliest one ever in terms of damage, just dollars and cents. And he said that if it makes landfall closer to the Bay Area, it'll end up between about $150 and $175 billion. Katrina was 200.
Wow.
He said if it ends closer to the Sarasota area, it'll probably be closer to about $100 billion. But either way, you're talking about catastrophic damage from this water all along the west coast of Florida. And I know, so many of us are concerned about the Bay itself with good reason. It's that close of a call. And now it's wait and see.
And then final question, Dennis, and you're so generous with your time. Folks, Dennis Phillips, ABC Action News, chief meteorologist. Dennis, at what point today do you think we'll have a real lock on track?
Remember Charlie?
Yeah, I know. Yeah. 6 hours. 6 hours.
Yeah. I mean, wobbles are unpredictable, flat out. There's no one on Earth, no model on Earth, no human on Earth who can predict if there's going to be a wobble.
Do you think AI will ever get to the point of really being able to figure out wobbles?
No.
Okay.
No. I don't think anyone will ever know. because there's so many factors that you just can't predict when it comes to these little things, you know, whether it's lopsided. I mean, there's so many things. So, yeah, honestly, you won't know until you make landfall. And I take that back. I take that back. If you start to see some wobbles earlier, then you'll be able to take the northern part of the state or the northern part of the viewing area out of the equation, because you will already have seen that turn, or that wobble rather, to the right. So you'll be able to take people out of the equation through landfall, but the reality of it is, and we're only talking 20 miles either way, it's going to be right up to landfall before we're going to know. It's a horrible thing. I wish there was a way to forecast this, but there's not. And now it's to the point where we're just watching like everybody else and reacting accordingly. I mean, everybody's hopefully done what they have to do, and now we sit back and we wait.
Dennis Phillips, ABC Action News chief meteorologist, thank you for making yourself available, and we'll be in touch, Dennis. Best of luck to you. I know that you're going to be working all through the night, 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning event, the main show. And Dennis, we'll talk soon.
We'll do. Everybody stay safe.
Thank you. All right, Dennis Phillips. Again, he said a couple of minutes. He's really slammed, and you just gave us, what, 20-plus minutes? 22 minutes?
Wow, that was great. So much information. MJ.
Yep.
I believe Nilda has remained on hold for 25 minutes while we talk to Dennis Phillips.
Waltzing Nilda.
Yes.
Let me go back.
She's bound and determined to get on.
Hey. Nilda, thanks for holding the entire time. Hey, Nilda, I got to get a break in. Can I just hold?
Sure. No, talk to her for 10 seconds.
I have to.
10 seconds.
No, I want to give her right amount of time. Nilda, hang on.
Take a break.
I'm 10 minutes late on my break at least. All right, Nilda, I'm coming right back to you on the other side.
First call, Nilda, we promise.
Quick break. Andrew, obviously, we're running late. I'm just throwing all times and breaks out the window. That's just what I got to do here. All right, 9 o'clock at the MJ Morning Show. Lee Burkhaw, the chief of police city of Tampa, will join us at about 9:30. Going to try to get the mayor on in Tampa as well regarding debris cleanup. Apparently, they're still going, and they're going to try to pick up debris until 3 o'clock. We still have a crap ton in my neighborhood, which is a little bothersome with projectile potential. All right, hold on. We're loaded. We got a solid hour plus to go here on the MJ Morning Show. We'll grab more of your phone calls in minutes, and Nilda will be first up. Don't move. Remember the days we had to pay by the minute for your cell phone? I'm glad that's not the case any longer. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, I want to thank two colleagues. 907 MJ and Fester. Roxanne phoned Andrew and said that we can call her. I'm curious about her kids, and because Roxanne can speak about her kids, but that's representative of hundreds of thousands of kids around the Tampa Bay area and how they perceive this, how they take it. I mean, the disruption, the nervousness that people have. Let me grab Nilda. And folks, phones are open. If you've seen gas around, people are still evacuating. The roads are in pretty good shape right now, but people are still getting out. You still have some time, obviously, because conditions will worsen later this evening, and then into the overnight hours is where hell's supposed to break loose, 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning. So there's still, plenty of time today to even get last-minute prep in, but also keep in mind that if you're evacuating further away, allow for those conditions. I've had a bunch of people text me, because I'm in South Tampa. I'm in an A zone. Hey, MJ, you evacuating? And I just got a text from a neighbor. I'm like, yeah.
You're not? Is he still home?
That's the plan. But, my evacuation area is 3 miles or less from my house. So I'm just right up the road in a C zone. C as in Charlie. And I'm just getting out of my A zone. Even if the surge doesn't happen, listen, I'm surrounded by oak trees. Yeah. I don't want a tree coming through my roof while I'm underneath it. You can fix the roof. You can't fix my head or Chloe's head or Michelle's head.
I've been saying that about your head for years.
Let me go back to Nilda. Nilda, welcome back to the MJ Morning Show, and you get the Patience Award for the month of October. Go ahead.
Just to let you know, I've been here an hour.
Hold on. You've been on hold for an hour?
Yes.
Is that what the timer on your phone says?
It says 1 hour and 21 seconds.
Oh, my God. Well, Nilda, listen, that's phenomenal, and I'm sorry. But obviously you've heard all the activity going on in the last hour here on the MJ Morning Show.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No, I was going to say your partner, they were talking about Debbie and the flooding. It was in Mayaca in Manatee County because I live in Tampa, but I work in Manatee.
Right.
And that was very devastating for them. So, yeah, this is not going to be easy for them. So yes. Another thing is I live in Tampa. I live in Town and Country in a mobile home. So I am staying in Temple Terrace at a hotel.
All right. So hold on. Say again. You're in a mobile home in
Tampa.
I live in a mobile home in Town and Country.
In Town and Country.
Right. And
so are you off of Sheldon Road north of Hillsborough?
Yes.
Okay.
I am.
All right.
Yes. And I am staying at a hotel right over here at Morris Bridge Road in Temple Terrace.
Yep.
And yes, this is a very scary experience for me, even though I know about hurricanes because I'm from Puerto Rico and I've been in numerous of hurricanes over them in PR. But having a mobile home and thinking about losing everything is devastating for me. But, Dennis, in your interview with Dennis, it made me a little bit more at ease, regardless, for what he says. Thank you, Dennis, so much. But yeah, if you live in the A zone, you guys gotta go. You guys gotta go.
Yeah.
We just don't know, and this whole thing. One more thing I do want to tell you, I was on Follow Road, and there were a couple of gas stations on Follow Road with no lines. There were some fueling stations. I'm right now on Bush.
So you're saying you were on Fowler?
Why are you driving
Yes.
right now?
I had to go back home because I left some, like, the garbage cans out and about, and I don't want it to be a projectile. So I went quickly home and put those garbage cans and some other stuff away because I don't want to be cause of any wreckage. So
No, I
I'm
understand.
on my way back. I'm on Bush Boulevard, actually Temple Terrace. I'm on my way back to my hotel.
What did you bring with you, knowing that you're going to leave your house, and in your mind you were going to leave your house potentially for the last time? What did you take with you to the hotel?
First of all, my Frenchie, my dog, some clothes, my personal important documents. The hotel that I am has a kitchen, so I took a lot of kitchen utensils, and that's it. I have to leave everything else behind. You know, I can't fit my TV in here. I can't fit my bed in here. And it is what it is. It is what it is.
Yeah, listen, material things can be replaced. And, of course,
Exactly.
Nilda, you're in Hillsborough County. And, of course, the evacuation orders include mobile homes. And, again, the evacuation orders for Hillsborough County, where you live, where I live, zones A and B, and all mobile and manufactured homes. I live in a zone A. We will evacuate to our hotel in a C zone later today, later this morning, this afternoon. And then, of course, you're in a mobile home or a manufactured home, and you are heeding the warnings and you're evacuating. You're doing the right thing.
Yes, I am. This is for real. This is for real. What was it, hailing? I stayed home, and I felt the winds a little bit because my mobile home was shaking. And this one is bigger, and I said, I'm not risking it. I'm going.
Nilda, thanks for the call. I do appreciate it. I want to thank you for your patience, for holding on for over an hour. I do appreciate it. And do us a favor. When this is all, go ahead. Yes.
I just want to give a shout out to my ex-boss, Robert Atkinson, because I texted him and said I was going to be on here, and he right away is listening. So, hello, Robert.
Hey, Robert.
Excellent.
Stay safe, love.
Hey, Nilda,
I will call you back.
Yeah, do me a favor. After this is all said and done, when we're on the other side, either later this week or next week, call me back, Nilda. I want to know how your mobile home did, okay?
I will.
I mean, are you tied down? Do you have the latest in tied down technology? What? Also, keep in mind that after after Andrew and maybe Charlie, I know that they improved mobile home safety. Do you know how old your home is?
Yeah, my home is in 1982.
Oh, geez.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Tied down. It is tied down. It's like I said.
Yeah, but you're not, having a 1982 mobile home, you're not going to have the latest technology for this type of a storm. But listen, I'm confident. I think you're going to do okay. But please call us after the event, okay?
I will, MJ. Please be safe. Everybody, be safe out there. Don't take this lightly. I mean, this is our lives, and then, like you said, MJ, this is all material things.
Yep,
all
Nilda.
material.
Thank you. Best of luck.
Thank you, hon.
All right, MJ.
Yeah.
Do we have anybody coming up, or do you have a second?
No, we have a second. I've
Okay.
got, we'll talk to we'll talk to Chief of Police Lee Burkaw, City of Tampa, coming up. Again, there was some nervous people in my neighborhood. There was some concern. I just want to bring that up. So we'll get to that in a second.
Chloe is blowing me up on my text line.
About what?
She's texting me about. She's pissed off about people in four-way stops at traffic lights.
Yeah, I got a text.
She's like, I sent this to my dad too. And then in all caps, she has this. I don't know if you want to call her and get her. I don't know if she has.
No, they're doing prep at the house.
Okay.
So I'm not going to disturb them. They're doing the last bit of prep. The bulk of it's done.
Remind people it's a four-way stop when traffic lights are out.
Exactly. So Chloe in all caps says, remind people to do a four-way stop at lights that are out. We just saw 2 cars blow through an intersection where lights are out. So, they're kind of going back and forth to the hotel. They're bringing some stuff, some of the pictures and the sentimental items. You know,
when you say pictures, you talking about photographs? Or you talking about art off the wall? Like it's a big heist.
Yes, they've just taken the Picassos.
Oh, yes.
They've taken the Rembrandts, the Picassos, the Matisse, then the Van Goghs over to the Ramada. You know. No, our photographs. Yeah. So Michelle's got her sentimental, and rightfully so. She's got the storage bins.
The totes with stuff.
Michelle she's a storage bin queen. I tell you what, Michelle says that Marie Kondo can suck it.
Yes.
Yeah.
The organization
My
lady.
wife had her storage bins, and she likes a particular storage bin that's made in the USA. I know it when I see it. So I'm not going to disturb them now. But you've got some traffic lights are out.
Yes.
Around the area already. Hey, power outages. The projections for power outages are intense. So we could be without power for days. And sometimes it could be a week plus, depending on where this thing hits. So be prepared for a lack of electricity for an extended period of time, which clearly would add misery and insult to injury after a damaging storm.
If there is a saving grace, a silver lining to the losing power cloud, temperatures are going to be dropping over the next week. The lows are going to be in the 60s in the morning. It's going to get to the mid 80s during the day, but it's going to be cooler than it's been any time in the last 8 months during the next week or so. So if we lose power, there's that.
I'm going to see if Jane Castor can come on, because a lot of people are asking me about still South Tampa debris pickup. Any avail to talk live? All right, sending Jane Castor a message real quick. We've got Lee Burkhaw coming up in about 13 minutes at 9:30. If you would like to get on the program, if you've got comments, questions, if you have observed gas stations that are open, because people are still leaving, you still have time. The weather doesn't get really bad until later this evening, and then into the overnight hours. 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning is what we're looking at as far as landfall goes. And the projected heading right now is still in Manatee County. Still right around, use the airport, use the Sarasota airport in Manatee, even with about Lakewood Ranch is, what they're looking at. But again, everyone has got to prepare because a wobble can occur. It was a wobble that took it off of a Tampa Bay track yesterday, put it more south, and there's nothing to say that it could wobble again. Shove it north, because it did wobble a little bit north with the 5 a.m. advisory, but it could wobble further north toward Tampa Bay, or it could wobble further south, more towards Sarasota. All right, 800-990-1047 gets you on. Gas stations that are open, any aspect of your evacuation, observations, feel free to hit us up. 800-990-1047 gets you on right now. I would like to hear from people in a shelter. If you're listening to us on a battery-powered radio or streaming app, and you're in one of the shelters in one of the counties, call us up, 800-990-1047. Tracy is in Hillsborough County. Hi, Tracy. You're on the MJ Morning Show.
Hey, good morning. First off, I want to thank you guys for what you're doing. You're a godsend for those of us who are working and, our citizens who need to stay up to date. I work for Hillsborough County Public Utilities. I talked to you after Helene. Just want to put a word out there that lots of us are staying in our hurricane category 3 to 5 building that can withstand. So want our citizens out there to know that your water and wastewater teams are prepared to get out there and get things back up and running as soon as possible. We haven't forgot about you. We're here to respond. And I will say that on my way in this morning, I did stop at the Wawa on the corner of Lakewood Drive and State Road 60, and they had some gas. It was trickling, but they had some gas. Their store was open. It was pretty stocked. So if anybody needs, some milk or, whatever you may need, they did have quite a bit of stuff there. They had limited water, though, and no propane. So I will tell you that. But just everyone stay safe out there. And I'll tell you, we have one of the best sheriffs in the state of Florida, Chad Chronister. I work on Falkenberg Road and see his crews, and I've been seeing them for a couple of days preparing, and they really got our back. So thanks to his team, too.
The Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office does a phenomenal job. I'm proud to be associated with that agency as a member of the honorary deputy program. I just did their training day a week ago, and it was fantastic. And
they rock.
Yep.
They rock.
Listen, all of our agencies do a wonderful job. We had Grady Judd on a little while ago, Pinellas County, all of our local police departments.
Absolutely.
Tampa Police. I'm going to have Chief Lee Burkaw on in about 8 or 9 minutes. So I appreciate you checking in.
We are blessed.
Thank you,
in our
Tracy.
area. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hey, be safe. Thank you very much. Trey in South Tampa. Trey, you're on the MJ Morning Show on 104.7 FM, Q105. Hello.
Good morning, MJ.
Yep. Hey, Trey.
I just want everybody to know in South Tampa, we are Zone A, which is a mandatory evacuation.
Yep.
This is not a game. It's not. This is nothing to play with. Evacuate if you can, if you have somewhere to go. I'm literally right now on my way. My wife's aunt lives by USF.
Right. And Trey, if I'm not mistaken, and I love when you call the show, Trey, you live sort of near Southdale, Maybury, and Interbay, correct?
Yep, I live right by the base.
All right, and then are you seeing people that are not evacuating in a Zone A down there?
Yep, because I was moving around trying to see if anything was open, just to get a little last minute stuff. Nothing's open, but it's where Gaston Park is at. It's all the way down high. It's a dead end. It's a park back there where you can walk and stuff.
Yep.
People out there trying to fish and stuff like that. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Like, come on, my man. This is serious, dog.
All right, so Trey, where are you and your family going to evacuate to?
I'm going toward USF. My wife's right. She done pulled in front of me because she got an SUV, so I got a little car.
There you go.
But, we're going toward USF area, and we're going to ride it out with her aunt.
Well, that's the smart thing to do to get out of an A zone. Trey, you and I are in the same boat. I'm in an A zone as well in South Tampa, and we have a hotel, so we're going to be evacuating to a C zone.
Please, if you live in Zone A, anybody who's listening, if you live in South Tampa, Zone A, please get out of there if you can.
Zone A goes around the whole county.
Yeah.
Trey, you got to put tape on the windows, do whatever you got to do to survive.
Yeah, the tape on the windows really doesn't do much. That was sort of an 80s and 90s thing, and then people were finally saying, the taping your windows doesn't
do anything.
Yeah. Let me put a big X out of masking tape on my.
Mom, where's the wrapping paper? I need the tape for the windows.
Guess what? You know what putting tape on the windows does? It ensures that you're going to be scraping that crud off with a razor blade for about 6 months afterward. That's what a tape on the windows does.
Trey, how do you get
I'm old school. I was here during Hurricane Elena in '85.
Oh, wow.
Trey.
And my mom used to put tape on the window and fill the bathtub up with water.
That's
so
right.
You're able to flush your toilet.
Yeah, listen, the bathtub and the water thing, that's good. Tape on the windows, not so much.
No, Trey, how do you get along with your aunt that you're staying with?
My wife's aunt?
Yeah.
Oh, listen. I got my hurricane package together. I don't have to deal with her. I'm just going to survive.
And that's the other thing, MJ.
You know what my package consists of?
What, a couple of edible gummies?
A lot of Amsterdam and a couple of cigars.
Okay. There you go. Some Tiparillos or something.
That's the other side of it.
I'm going to Suncoast right now, pull some money, some cash out, and then after that, I'm getting lit all the way over there so I can just sleep through all of this.
There you go. All right, buddy. Hey, Trey, let me move along, but good to hear from you, pal. Have a good one. Stay safe.
Yeah, anytime I hear somebody staying with one of those outer perimeter relatives, I always want to see what's the dynamic there, because a lot of people are riding out a terrible storm with somebody they don't exactly want to be with too much.
Exactly. Hey, let me grab a quick break here. I've got the Chief of Police City of Tampa coming up. Bob, Shannon, Barbara, Donna, and all the ones that are ringing in right now. Hold on. I'm going to grab your calls in a minute. If you've got a spot, don't lose it. Bob, Shannon, Barbara, Donna, you guys are coming up in a minute here on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. We'll get to your phone calls in a minute. First, though, Chief Lee Burkaw, the Chief of Police, City of Tampa, back on the MJ Morning Show. Chief, welcome back.
Thanks for having me, and thank you for getting the message out.
All right.
Right now, our job is to save lives and getting people to evacuate.
All right. So the biggest message, obviously, is to heed the warnings for evacuation. You know, don't get thrown off by, it's going to be a Manatee County hit and the storm surge is potentially reduced in Tampa Bay. We can't operate like that because we've seen these things shift. We've seen them wobble. And I'm sorry, as the crow flies, 30-something miles from a potential Manatee hit to the mouth of Tampa Bay, I'm not comfortable with that.
No, me neither. That's why we're preparing for a direct hit, and that's what we'll continue to do.
All right, I want to address just some rumors floating around, some people on my street, and, we have a group text. There's like 20 people on our street on a group text, and some people were in touch with others in other parts of Tampa, and, the rumors can fly, and I'm sure you've heard this, that people are saying that strange and mysterious cars are driving through the neighborhood, and people think they're looking for houses that have been evacuated or homes where, they're casing the operation, casing the house. What are your thoughts on that? Are you hearing the same rumors, and what are your recommendations?
Well, that's always possible, but I do want to tell you that I have every single one of my officers working, and a large proportion of them do have unmarked plain cars, something that you wouldn't think would be a police car. So there's also a possibility that that is a police officer. So they are doing directed patrols in those areas, and we are in especially those areas that were flooded. So that is our goal. But if anybody sees anything suspicious, they need to call 911 and let us know.
All right, but you're not hearing of any specifics or any of your officers on the street in the city of Tampa specifically finding bad guys casing neighborhoods?
No, we heard of a suspicious vehicle last night, but we were never able to encounter it to know whether or not it was a legitimate reason that vehicle was there or what they were up to.
All right, you have a lot of resources staged underneath Tampa, underneath Ray J, correct?
I do. I have all our helicopters there, our boats there, ready to go as soon as this storm's over to begin our recovery and reentry efforts.
So you have the helicopters that were flatbedded in and are underneath the stadium?
Yes. We have basically a dolly that rolls them into the stadium.
Yep. That's so you flew them in and then you dolly them in like the hangar at the airport.
Basically, not quite as nice at the airport, but something very similar.
Gotcha. All right. What other messages do you think are crucial regarding the evacuations, people driving? Now, it's still, we've got rain. The wind is really not that bad right now. I'm in St. Pete near Gandy and 4th. We've had rain all morning, but the real bad conditions, the tropical storm force winds is supposed to be late this afternoon into early evening. And then, of course, the big show, wherever this makes landfall, wherever Milton's going to hit, the time frame appears to be 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning, which I always hate these middle of the night storms.
Well, I think the message is clear. What we've been trying to do is get people to evacuate. I was just in south of Tampa, south of Gandy, in a small residential neighborhood. There was an elderly female who didn't want to evacuate yesterday. So we actually followed up with her today, and she was ready to go with her son, who didn't come and pick her up. she had a floaty, and basically her plan was to use that if the water got too hot. So our concern is some of these elderly residents aren't looking at the big picture.
Wow.
So we're trying to go door to door to make sure that there's not any more out there like her.
So if we had massive storm surge, and some of the modeling reduces the storm surge in Tampa Bay if it stays in Manatee County south of us. But again, I'm not taking that chance. I'm preparing like we're going to get the surge. So this elderly woman's plan, if there was surge and water incursion in her house, was to get on a floaty in her house?
She had it already blown up, ready to go.
Like a pool raft?
Like one of those like floaty inner tubes.
Oh my God!
I mean, Chief, she did already have it blown up, so she obviously prepared.
Oh, that's
for
some
it.
heavy preparation.
She did.
Yes,
And it's sad, but we were able to rescue her, and we just removed her out and got her to a safe place. But there's more like her out there, and that's our goal, is to try to encounter as many of those people as we can, because we're ending the last opportunity for us to do evacuations. And during those peak times, I can't send my officers out there because we need to be able to respond after the storm, and we can't put ourselves in a life-threatening situation.
Yeah, absolutely not. There's going to be a blackout window where you just can't respond to people.
Right. And we're hoping that window will be very narrow, but that'll be based on the severity of the storm and our impacts. But the house I was just at, down there south of Gandy, literally the whole house would have been underwater with a 15-foot storm surge.
Yeah. Well, a good portion of the South Tampa Peninsula would be underwater with a 15-foot storm surge.
Chief, where are you riding out the storm?
I'm going back and forth between the stadium and the Emergency Operations Center, so it's just wherever I am when the winds are too high, that's where I'll stay.
Now, where is the TPD EOC?
It is close to downtown. It's between downtown and Ybor, the old GTE building.
All right.
Oh, wow. And Chief, folks, we're on the phone with Chief Lee Burkhaw, City of Tampa Police Chief. My wife just texted me because they're kind of running stuff back and forth between the house and our evacuation hotel. We live in an A zone, as you know. We have a C zone hotel, and right now Hillsborough is only zones A and B, and then manufactured and mobile homes. My wife was just on the road running some stuff up to the hotel, and my wife says that she just saw many TPD cruising around Tampa, that she's never seen that much TPD presence at once. So, it sounds like your team is out there, Chief.
Oh, yeah. They've been out since yesterday. I've had 1,000 cops here on duty, plus reserves that are out here. So we will be anywhere and anywhere doing anything we can to help people at the last minute. So we'll hunker down during the peak time of the storm, and then we will be out there doing whatever we can do to help the recovery efforts and our reentry efforts.
I think, and speaking of reentry, my plan is first of all, I'm not going to ride out this storm in an A zone in our flimsy building in St. Pete. So I can't be here at the station overnight. I will be in the hotel. We are going to evacuate. We'll be in the hotel. And my plan, Chief, is to get back to this radio station as quickly as I can. Now, getting in at 5 and 6 in the morning, I think that's going to be an impossibility. And my plan is to just push the morning show as late as possible to the point of being able to get, back on the air, to disseminate information, speak with public officials like you, to get all of the emergency information out. And as you know, we are given the CISA letters, the cyber infrastructure letters, asking for access to be able to get to our jobs. And in communications and broadcasting, we're on the highest priority list from Homeland Security to establish normalcy during and after an event. So I'm going to try like hell to get back from South Tampa back to the studio as soon as I possibly can, just to get all the information out to our listeners across an incredibly wide area, all of the counties affected by this.
No, absolutely. And reach out to me, and I can help coordinate with FHP, and we'll do what we can do to make that happen.
All right, Chief, thank you very much for your assistance. I'm proud to have you as my chief in the city of Tampa.
Thank you, and thank you for all you do in getting the message out to the community.
Thank you, Lee Burkhaw, Thank you.
Thanks,
Bye-bye.
Chief.
All right. Lee Burkhardt, Chief of Police, City of Tampa.
He's great.
Yeah, he is. Listen, he started as a rookie cop, and he worked his way up to police chief. I think it's fantastic.
Old Lee Burkhardt story. When he became chief, the day he became chief, his first order of business was to hang out with a bunch of radio knuckleheads, and they made him chief at 9:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
And by 11 o'clock, he's hanging out with me and a couple of guys from the other radio stations so we could run their obstacle course. I'm like, dude, you became chief an hour ago, and he's like, this is important. I'm here.
I had to travel somewhere that day because I wanted to be there.
Chloe had something going on, and you left town.
I think I was up at University of New Hampshire or something. All right, let me go to phones. Bob in Manatee County. Bob, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Hi.
Good morning, MJ. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, thank you for holding. Bob, Shannon, Barbara, Don, and all the others for holding. I really appreciate it. I'm coming to you right now. All right, Bob, what's your question?
We live in Parrish in Zone 4, in Zone D. Okay, so ABC have been evacuated, obviously. We're in Zone D. My wife is looking at the different apps, and she says we're about 10 miles from the eye. Of course, we could load up and leave. I've got a friend in West Palm I can go stay with. I don't know. I'm just confused. We've got everything buttoned up. The house was built in 2016. It's strong. So,
listen, that's going to be your call. Officially, your county, if you're in Parrish, Manatee County, the mandatory evacuation zones for your county, Manatee, are levels A, B, and C. You're in a D. So the evacuation, you're not going to have a flood or a surge issue there. But you got to use your best judgment as far as being surrounded by trees in your structure. And that's a decision you have to make. The county is not telling you need to evacuate because of surge or other conditions. So, you're in D.
Yeah,
so
this is like the old commercial, you make the call.
Yeah.
You have to decide what's best for your family.
Xerox, you make the call. Yeah.
Bob and Manatee. But here's the other side of it. Potentially for the next 10 days, and this is my barometer for a lot of times whether I left or not, not a lot of great things are going to be happening in Manatee County in the next couple of days. So if you can remove yourself from the entire storm situation altogether and get someplace that's far enough away to where you're completely safe for 5 days or a week, so you're just not in the stress and the anxiety of being where you are, that's something else to consider.
All right, let us know, Bob. Best of luck. All right, hang on. Jane Castor is available right now. Then I'll go back to phones.
All right.
Let me get a hold of Mayor Castor, City of Tampa, 8133. All right. Calling Jane Castor. She's got a window right now. She's got a presser at 10 o'clock, so she's going to squeeze us in before the presser. Let me try one more time. 813. All right, let me just hit. Let me hit that one more time.
Hi, you've reached the voicemail.
Hang on a minute. Let me give it a second, and I'll call it right back. But I wanted to get the latest. I know that the city of Tampa, apparently they're going to be doing cleanup. All right, very good. All right, Mayor's on 3. Jane Castor, welcome back to the MJ Morning Show, Mayor of Tampa.
Hey, thanks. I appreciate it.
We just had your chief on. We just had Lee Burkhardt on, and the Tampa police presence is really amazing out there right now. Mayor, a couple of questions for you on the cleanup, and then what are the most important things as Mayor of Tampa that you want to deliver right now?
Really, this is, the clock is closing here. And so, if people aren't out, they need to do it in the next couple of hours. And I tell you, I couldn't be more proud of our community because people have heeded the warnings and many, many people have left. And I also want to assure everybody that, as you brought up, America's best law enforcement agency, they are out patrolling the streets so that everyone can feel confident that their homes are going to be safe during the storm.
Mayor, I just mentioned this to Chief Burkhardt just minutes ago. We're in an A zone in Beach Park. You know where I am, and we're evacuating. We've got a level C area hotel off of Dale Mabry that we're comfortable with, and we're Michelle and Chloe are just kind of shuttling things back and forth because we still have some time, and we're only a couple of side streets away. Michelle just texted me when she got back to the house that she has never seen this much TPD presence on the streets in just a 3-mile stretch.
Love to hear it. Yeah, they're out there. We are all hands on deck. and we're going to do everything that we can to keep our community safe. So really appreciate you sharing that with me.
Is the plan still to have the public works crews out till 3 p.m. getting as much Helene debris as possible?
Yes, they are still out there, and I say we've got probably 75% of it up. They have done, just to put it in perspective, our City of Tampa team has picked up more debris than they did when they had 3 months to be able to do it. So in 2 weeks, they've picked up more debris than is expected in 3 months.
Wow.
All right, now the notice I saw that you guys were starting early, that the crews were back out at 3 o'clock this morning, and the plan is to go to 3 p.m. Will you extend those crews if conditions warrant safely?
If we can do it safely, we're going to continue picking up that debris.
All right, Mayor, thank you for what your team is doing. Highly appreciated. Stay safe, and we'll talk to you on the other side.
Yeah, same to you, Todd. Thank you guys for keeping our community informed.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, take care. Bye.
Mayor Jane Castor, City of Tampa. Listen, just trying to get as much of the word out as we possibly can, and I think we're going to be really vital, as well as other radio stations, just broadcasters in general, and even more so in an aftermath where you've got extreme power outages. Radio where you can hear 104.7 FM in your car. You can hear it on a battery-powered portable radio, which we've always told you, have a battery-powered portable radio. Essential. Because when power's out, a lot of the TV crews are fantastic. Dennis Phillips and ABC Action News, our official partner. I'm great friends with Paul Delgado at Fox, and they do a phenomenal job. But if you have extreme power outages, the ability for people to watch a television might not be accessible.
If your internet goes out, I can't watch TV.
Right.
Even if the electric's on, the internet goes out, I'm stuck.
You can hopefully stream some stuff on your phone, but then you're using your phone battery. It's just having that battery-powered radio or in your vehicle. We have the ability, this morning show, the MJ Morning Show on 104.7 FM Q105, and other morning shows, whether they're in our radio group or whether it's the other stations, we're going to be a source of information for many, many people that have their normal lines of communication cut off. Shannon is in Valrico. Shannon, thanks for your patience and holding. I've got the chief, I've got the mayor, so I appreciate it. Go ahead.
We have been looking for gas for the past 2 days. We live in Brandon, and we've been driving around, and everything's closed. Everyone's out of gas. But we found gas at the Wawa, and in Valrico, it's 2926 State Road 60 in Valrico. They have no propane, but they have, they're making hot food. They have coffee, and they have everything else. They look like they're in stock. So if anybody's looking for gas in our area, maybe that would be a place to go. We just wanted to let everybody know so that maybe they can get gas too, because I had to work to the last minute.
What do you do, Shannon, that you had to work to the last minute?
I actually work at Burger King as a manager, so we just closed last night, and we're closed for the next 2 days, at least based on power outages, at least.
It's amazing. You're exactly right. People who work, a lot of restaurants stayed open, MJ, until almost closing time yesterday. Supermarkets stayed open until evening time. So there's a lot of employees now who are just now having a chance to do their preparation when a lot of us had almost a week.
And again, there is time. You still have the rest of the morning, and you have until, mid to late afternoon before things, start to pick up conditions-wise. I would even say that, a lot of people might have, as far as prepping, if your evacuation and if you need to shelter somewhere and it's fairly close by, you still have a little chunk of the day to kind of get things straight. But Shannon, the gas report out in Valrico, the Wawa is very good information that they have gas. Thank you, Shannon.
You're welcome. No problem, and you guys have a good day.
You
Thanks for
too.
everything you guys do.
Thank you. Listen, least we can do is to bring information.
Yeah, call back anytime. I love to talk to Burger King managers.
Barbara in Largo. Hi, Barbara. You're on the MJ Morning Show.
Hi, good morning. Thank you so much for not only allowing me on, but for everything you guys are doing. It's absolutely awesome and has been for days. So, again, thank you so much. So I'm in Largo. I'm in a non-evacuation zone. It's about elevation's about 35 feet.
Yep.
My concern is the water.
You mean the potable water, the water supply?
No, the rainwater.
Oh, the
Like, how much
rainwater.
we're gonna-
Well, listen, the question is, back in August, we had some heavy rain. Did you have any water issue with some of the heavy rains this summer?
No.
All right. Now, even though, parts of Pinellas are looking at a potential of 16 to 20 inches of rain, anything is possible. But at your elevation, I would guess you're okay. But, use your best judgment, Barbara, okay?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, if your home has never flooded before, then you should be all right.
Yeah, you probably have somewhat of a leg up. But again, there are going to be areas, if you have that much rain, if we have 16 to 20 inches of rain, and that's one of the projections for northern Pinellas and Pasco, and then maybe a foot of rain in Hillsborough and Polk and some of these other counties, the areas that haven't flooded in the past might see some flooding this time. But again, the real concern is the storm surge. And Barbara, thanks for the call. If Milton does hit in Manatee County, the worst of the surge is going to be from landfall south. How about Donna in Port Richey? Donna, you're on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. Hi, Donna.
Hi. How are you? I love you guys.
Thank you, Donna. What can we help you with?
I don't know. I'm in Pasco. I'm in Port Richey. I'm in a house. We were in here for the last hurricane. The only thing that happened was a couple of branches broke, and that was it. I'm on like a hill, and I'm on a C zone, and I guess I'm supposed to evacuate.
Yeah, so
Pasco County.
Pasco, A, B, and C. Listen, I would heed the warnings of local officials. That's what ultimately.
My grandson gives me a hard time. He doesn't want to evacuate because 5A High School is his school, and he doesn't want to go. I have custody of two of my grandsons, and I picked up one of my friends. She was in a mobile home, and she spent the night last night, and she's evacuating to my house.
Donna, listen, if you're in an evacuation zone in Pasco County, you should heed the warnings of public officials. That's the last thing I'm going to say, okay?
Okay, so I didn't catch what Dennis Phillips was saying about the Pasco earlier. Could you remind me what he was saying, please?
You're going to get a ton of wind and a lot of rain.
You could have 16 to 20 inches of rain. This is going to be, again, the northern side, the northwest side of the eye wall is potentially a massive wind event as well, and a whole lot of rain. Listen, I got to run. I got to grab other calls, but just heed the warnings of your officials. If you're in an evacuation zone, which you say you are, then get out. Thank you. All right.
Yeah, Pasco County has like half a dozen different locations.
Yeah, I'm in Pinellas right now doing the show with Fester, and did you just get the emergency alert?
I did.
Yeah, so
I did.
we just got a Pinellas emergency alert just a moment ago, and our phones are registering that we're in Pinellas. When I'm in Hillsborough, I get the Hillsborough alerts, obviously. But folks, your phones might have just buzzed with the emergency alert extreme, and you might have, the tone's going off. I just got a Pinellas alert that says mandatory evacuations in effect for all evacuation zones, A, B, C, and all mobile homes in Pinellas. Deadly storm surge is expected. Get out now. This is your last chance to get out before the storm. Shelter info and storm resources at disaster.pinellas.gov. So for Pinellas, A, B, and C, heed the warnings or proceed at your own peril is the bottom line. Andrew is in St. Pete. Andrew, hi, you're on the MJ Morning Show on Q105.
Hello. I
I know someone with gas. We're headed over to Miami right now. We're about to go over the Skyway. Someone with gas is 49th Street, 11701 49th Street North, Clearwater. It's under the Gateway Expressway.
Yep.
And there's gas there, and we picked up gas before we headed out to Miami.
All right, well, very good. That is a great report, and I thank you very much, Andrew.
Of course. Hey, we won the rice cooker. We love that.
Oh,
we were the first winners.
Oh, yeah, isn't that rice cooker? Isn't that fantastic?
Yes, I love it. We made some yesterday for lunch before the storm before we headed out. We have some in our cooler ready to go on our way to Miami to the 305. So we're excited.
Look at that. Hey, Andrew, by any chance, do you have the really good short grain koshi hikari Japanese style rice?
No, we had jasmine rice with this.
All right, so listen, it makes great jasmine rice. It makes great jasmine rice, but trust me, get your hands on the short grain Japanese koshi hikari, either Japanese import or get the California grown. It's really good as well, and you're gonna love your rice maker. You're gonna love it even more. Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate it.
Did you evacuate with it? Did you take it with you on the trip to Miami?
I already hung up on.
Oh,
right,
man.
listen, but seriously, and with all the storm, I still have one rice maker that I still haven't given away. So because September was National Rice Month, and Zoji Rushi gave me a whole bunch of rice makers to give away, and we'll do that when everything settles down. Yes, Andrew.
Did you take your rice maker to the hotel?
Yes, good question.
No, the rice maker's up high in the kitchen, so even in a worst case surge situation, my Zoji Rushi rice maker is going to be okay. I don't know about the rest of the house in a worst case surge situation, but the rice maker is going to survive. All right, Denise is in Sarasota. Hi, Denise. You're on the MJ Morning Show.
Hi, two things. I had to go out to the bank to take out money because if we lose power, you can't use the ATM.
Yep.
For anybody needing to do that, do it now. And I noticed that there's a cafe called #Cafe on Tuttle and Bee Ridge Road that's serving our armed forces. They are mobilized in Sarasota. Medics are 20 trucks of medics waiting to respond. So Sarasota's getting prepared, but obviously there's a few local mom and pop stores still open, like the one I mentioned on Tuttle and Bee Ridge, and they're serving our armed forces that are out there working for us. So thank you to them.
All right, Denise, thank you very much for checking in, and stay safe, okay?
You guys as well. Thank you for everything you're doing to inform us.
All right, bye-bye. All right, well, what time is it? 10 o'clock? 9:58 here at the MJ Morning Show.
Yeah.
So here are the plans for tomorrow. And you heard Lee Burkhaw, Chief of Police. I'm going to come in here tomorrow, and listen, we have an unknown. Right now you have a projected landfall in Manatee County. Will the storm surge be minimized in Tampa Bay? We don't know. You just have to prepare for the worst-case scenario, and still the Hurricane Center is preparing us for the worst-case surge scenarios. Look what Helene did. I mean, we've never seen anything like that since, 1921?
And it was 100 miles off the coast.
And I'm just hoping that we don't see the surge in Tampa Bay, but if that doesn't happen here, the surge is going to be terrible, awful, devastating south of landfall, wherever that is. South of landfall, the surge is just going to be a horror show. So here's the plan. I'm going to get in here tomorrow as soon as I possibly can. So we might have to shift this show tomorrow for the aftermath because I'm not going to stay in this building because we're in a Zone A, and this building, I think, is built like crap. All right? So listen, I'm just being honest. I'm just being honest. I'm not staying here.
Right.
I'm leaving my house. My house is built like a brick. The weakest link is the roof. I got all the tie down straps and all that. I even had some red steel welded for roof, but you never know. The roof is still the weakest link. My house is all concrete and steel. My second floor is even poured 4-inch concrete. My stairways are all form poured like an office building. I built, and I've got all Miami-Dade hurricane windows, all the French doors, all the windows. But again, the roof is the weak link, and then storm surge and water incursion. So those are my fears. So I'm leaving my house. I'm in an A zone. I'm getting out. Heed local warnings, folks. Heed your city and county's warnings. Get the hell out if you're supposed to get out and get to a safer place. Better safe than sorry. We hear it all the time, but it is 100% effing true. Better safe than sorry. So my plan is, as soon as it's possible to get to the studio tomorrow morning, we will be with you. So, and you heard Lee Burkaw, if they can assist me in getting to the studio. And, of course, dissemination of information is going to be very important in the aftermath of this for all of our counties. You know, we've got reach, obviously, listen, we go down to Charlotte County. So Charlotte and Lee County.
You start working your way up the coast.
We get some calls from Lee. So you work your way up into Sarasota and Manatee, the inland counties. Sarasota, Manatee, Hillsborough, Pinellas, Polk County, Highlands, Hardee County, up in Pasco and Pinellas here, and into Hernando, Citrus, etc. You know, we've got a very large listenership with this 100,000-watt signal, so I want to get on as quickly as we can to help to assess damage, find out where help is needed, get the public information out that needs to be disseminated. You know, we're considered essential workers. We carry Homeland Security letters that have been issued to us yesterday that we are considered critical infrastructure according to the Department of Homeland Security. So I'm going to try to get to the station. It might be 8, 9, 10 tomorrow morning, but then we'll just go all day tomorrow in the aftermath to get the information out that needs to be broadcast. So with that, folks, I think we're going to call it a day because I still have to get home. I got to help Chloe and Michelle with final preparation.
Yeah, everybody has their final preparation.
Yeah, I've got a couple of things that I need to do at the house. We're going to turn our programming over to ABC Action News, which I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to get great information. All of their meteorologists, they're in wall-to-wall mode right now. So you're going to be able to listen to the audio portion of ABC Action News. Dennis Phillips and his entire team will take you through. And that'll be all day into the night. And then I will get here to the studio as soon as I possibly can. TPD said they can help get me across again as critical infrastructure. So we'll play it by ear. So that's where we stand. So as we shut things down, folks, stay safe. Heed the orders of evacuation. Battery-powered radios, 104.7 FM, and special coverage here on the MJ Morning Show. And do me a favor. Let's be careful out there.
Hear the latest MJ Morning Show podcast on the Q105.